Good to see you. Hey. Thanks. Glad you guys are organizing something that we haven't done for a long time. It's so hard to get started. Yeah, I would be surprised. All right. See you later. Yeah. Hello. Yeah, I know. You said you sound like a bear just come out of the beam. Yeah. I need to catch her. Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if I can ask you to take your seats, we're gonna start, and then I'm sure with the traffic, there's going to be the rest of the people joining us. So I can ask my panelists to take a seat. Okay, just check the mic is working. I think it's working. Yes. Okay. Good morning, everybody. I was waiting just for one good morning back for me. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome. It's always nice to say welcome to something live, going with how things are progressing now. So welcome to this BRCC forum, New Horizons for UK-Romania Trade and Investment in Bucharest 2022 edition. And the lady to my left has been putting a lot of work into this. So Anna, thank you so much for all the efforts you and the team, and thank you for choosing such a beautiful venue as Monrosh Hotel. My name is Colin Lovering. I'm the chairperson, I have to say, of the BRCC, and my vice chairman, who's going to be doing the second panel, is going to be turning up at some time soon. The hybrid conference explores new investment opportunities in Romania while showcasing mutual best practices to enable and encourage business links between the UK and Romania. We have some key speakers, thank you for being with us, from both public and the private sector. And we're gonna discuss, debate, maybe argue, we don't know, about really sort of building resilience for tomorrow's world and investing in key sectors. So BRCC aims to set the stage to meet the right people, the decision makers eager to make business connections and invest in the right business. Now, of course, we can't have an event without mentioning what's going on just over with our neighbours, and with that sort of current humanitarian crisis happening over the border, also comes a business challenge, of course, because somebody has to keep the wheels oiled and turning to a time when hopefully things start to recover. So business, looking at companies in the Ukraine, looking at Romania as a safe haven, will, I guess, be part of this conversation as well. And of course, this situation has had obvious impacts on the confidence and forecasting of Romania's growth over the next 12 months as well. And that we'll be touching on that, and hopefully lots of advice, lots of good tips for everybody in the audience. We are streaming live on Facebook, and there will be a recording of it. I think we have 4 times. It's kind of the thing now we have the live audience, and then we times it by 4, which is the audience watching online. So if you're with us online, a good morning to you as well. We've got a couple of directors in the room, Lucian, that's at the moment, and a couple more to join us. Anna, I've already said thank you very much for organising. Give her a little round of applause, because I know she's worked very hard over this. And Anna, we also want to thank our sponsors and partners as well.
Thank you, Colin. Thanks everyone for being here today. It's so nice to finally see you face to face after a long time of Zoom fatigue, I would say. I would like to thank, first of all, Colin for being our all-time moderator and doing an amazing job all the times. To thank our panelists for accepting our invitations, and of course to thank our sponsors. Without their support, we wouldn't be here today. I'd like to give some big thanks to INA Consulting, Cluster Power, and NER for sponsoring this event, and our media partners, The Biz Magazine, Hellenic Bilateral Chamber of Commerce, Romania Insider, ADR Nord-Est, and Tudor Communications. Thank you so much for helping us make this event come true. And enjoy the conference today.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you. I was impressed how you remembered all of those as well. Just so if anybody needs the bathroom, now it's not often I say that going to the toilet is a wonderful adventure, but I can tell you today it will be because I've experienced it. It's down on the -1 floor, and it's where the old vaults are. So anybody who hasn't experienced it, you'll experience it a little bit later, but that's where you will find it. We've got a pretty packed show today. We're going to kick off in a moment. Thank you, gentlemen, for your patience, and really talk about why invest in Romania now. Then we're going to take a short break. Gives you a chance to do a little bit of networking and catch up with old friends that I've just done this morning with my friend John that sat there. We haven't seen each other for too long. I thought he was in jail, but it's just the fact that we just haven't seen each other. But there you go. Or maybe he was. And the second panel, it's a Romanian perspective on competitive power. And then we're going to take a wonderful networking lunch, which is going to be on the ground floor in the restaurant, which has been exclusively kept for us, just for us. So that'll be through till 2 o'clock. And then Neil McGregor, our vice chairman, is going to moderate the third and final panel, which is about going global and doing business internationally, so for UK and Romania. And then we'll be doing concluding remarks and the end of the conference. So please try and stay with us as much as you possibly can. I do encourage you to ask lots of questions as well. This is a good opportunity to do that. I think we've all gone through a period of mystery in terms of where we're going and where this COVID is taking us and everything else. So we're kind of coming out of that and going into a new situation, of course, but there's always questions to be asked. So let's go down to the first. I think I've done everything. Yes. Let's go on to the first panel, which is about focusing on the reason why to invest in Romania in 2022. And my honored guest, and thank you very much for being here, and wonderfully named Andrei Babadak. I do love your name, sir. From Invest Romania, a warm welcome to you. Iulian Sorescu from NOAA, helping investors, legal, tax, and financial advice. I guess you could kind of a little bit more. Iulian, you're very, very welcome. Bogdan Mihai Duma, the State Secretary, Ministry of Research, Innovation, and Digitalization. Okay, I've got all that correct, and we'll be talking to you about digitalization, I think, a little bit later. And one person online, I hope, is Cosmin Cristal, who's the Brussels office representative, Northeast Romania Regional Development Agency. He said it nice and slowly, so I'm sure he's going to pop up on the screen in a moment. But let's kick off. Andre, if I can come to you first. In terms of 2022, what's the climate in terms of attracting foreign companies to Romania? How's it going is, I guess, the question. I think you're on, are you? Just tapping on there. I think.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Colin. I don't know if you're hearing me. Well, the climate in the past 2 years, it's becoming to be better and better with the economy reopening. We at Invest Romania have seen a surge in the inquiries made by investors interested in developing projects in Romania, and the FDI inward stock rose by 141% in 2021 compared to 2020.
So it's quite a strong. And what is the main? We'll come on to the attractiveness factor, but what is at the moment? What is the main sort of attraction to coming to Romania?
Very qualified labor skill for a very competitive price.
Okay, I love your brief answers. for an interview. It gives me that pause, but it's a good point you make, I guess, because I guess if we'd had this conversation 15 years ago, it could have been the cost of labour, etc. But it's interesting how Romania has matured so quickly over a short period of time, and now the skill set has become the sort of main factor. Is that what you've seen in terms of the trend over the years?
Indeed, the skill sets for the very competitive price. All our engineers, for example, speak at least one foreign language and can work in a foreign language, and it is not very often seen in other European countries.
Okay. I'm going to say hi to Cosmin because I can just see you over my shoulder. Good morning, sir. Thank you for joining us. I'm looking over your shoulder, see if you're somewhere exotic, but I can see an urban street. So I guess it's not so exotic, but thank you for being here. Julian, coming on to you and carrying on the subject about people looking to invest here. In terms of grants, because we hear a lot about domestically, there's a lot of startups. They're getting huge investments, so there's a great swirling world there. But in terms of maybe medium, larger companies looking for grants, etc., how is that happening? I think basically for advice for people, maybe looking at that, how does it work? How easy is it? And what is the current status of that? 3 questions.
So good morning. Incentives in Romania are still valid. There are no restrictions or no difficulties compared to current years. We will detail during our speech furthermore. And investors in general are attracted by such incentives. As Andrei mentioned, people is interested to come in Romania indeed for the salary cost compared to availability of high-skilled employees. However, diversification of their locations is always a good reason to come to Romania. And whenever companies are coming to Romania, they are looking to the tax climate, to incentives, to availability and stability of workforce, to infrastructure, to political stability. So there are a lot of reasons to come here. Yeah? And beside the Resilience Fund and state aid incentives, there are also some tax incentives that are very useful in Romania. We will tackle them. Yeah.
Okay. And the advice, and I don't mind you doing a sales pitch. The way to actually sort of start that happening is through organizations like yourself. Is that the easiest way, or is there a direct route, or what do we do? I know what you're going to say.
Well, investors are coming to Romania in general via clear doors, like Invest in Romania, like chambers of commerce, like us consultants, or via real estate companies that are presenting our country and instructing and selling locations. So there are various channels for investors to come. We as consulting company, indeed, we are trying to attract investors to promote Romania as much as possible. We are participating to such events in Romania. We are participating to similar events outside. We have offices all over Europe, including London, whereby we promote Romania and we promote investing in Romania. So we use as much as possible all channels in order to prove to investors that Romania is a place to invest.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Minister. Coming to you, and I've been living in Romania 14 years now, so I guess I'm more Romanian than English now. I could say.
Happy to.
And sort of looking, I always describe Romania as a hidden jewel. Like it's wine, you don't realize just how nice it is until you've had a taste of it. And the same, people come here, with an expectation, but they always go back with something much higher. And I think that's one of the magic things. But I guess over the years, Romania's now revealed itself on the world stage. It's becoming renowned for many things, particularly on digitalization. And I just wanted to touch with you on that. How key is that for Romania, and how, what is, from your department, but also in the business world, how we can continue to do that and really sort of promote digitalization and the power we have in Romania. I will add, before you answer, I was at the bank last week and I signed 28 pieces of paper for a mortgage. Yeah. So domestically, I think we got somewhere to go, but internationally, we got this kind of a paradox there. But tell me about the digitalization platform and your thoughts.
I'm happy to learn that you are investing in Romania and making loans here. So first of all, thank you for the invitation and congratulations for the organizer for choosing this topic of great interest for both the government and also the business community. Regarding the digitalization, this is the main point in our ministry, the main focus that we have in making the life of our citizens more easy when collaborating with the authorities. So this is a very important step for us. And we actually have at disposal multiple sources of financing. So on this matter for digitalization, we have 2.2 billion euros that will come to our country for this specific reason. So it will be a great step forward for everybody. And we will use these funds, of course, to create a better future for our country. Yes. So it's an unprecedented volume of investments for the next 5 years that we will have in our country, and mobilization of the private sector together with the government will be very important.
Okay, and that obviously that's domestic. Can I call it domestic digitalization? But I guess from a competitive standpoint as well, the knowledge, the amount of companies that are investing in here to support global organizations in digitalization, the expertise is here. I guess that's a real selling point now for Romania, isn't it? The expertise is actually here to support companies globally.
Yes, we have great Romanian companies in the IT, but we also open the market, and all these funds that will be available, we open to other businesses, not just the Romanian. So it's Europe, all the European countries and other countries as well will have the opportunity to come to our country and invest and benefit from these funds that we will have.
Perfect. Yeah, I'm seeing a trend of organizations investing here. And now I guess the key is, somebody always said to me, a customer is not a customer till you get the second order, the third order. And now what I'm seeing is companies expanding their operation here. I think that's a great sign. They are the role models, yes. I guess we want to promote to anybody looking at investing in Romania. Yeah.
Yes, and we have actually three big cities that have a very big IT community, yeah. And very large universities for the IT development. And of course, everybody is welcome to join.
Well, maybe we should go to a trip to Iași, which brings me nicely in to Cosmin. I don't know yes. Where you are right now, Cosmin. Can you tell us? Are you in?
Good morning. Good morning. I hope you can all hear me. Yeah, I'm in Brussels right now. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there, but technology helps. So here I am. Yeah.
No, you're very welcome. Yeah, I think everybody can see you much better than anybody else in this room. So you've got center stage. Just wanted to, we were just talking to the minister there about skills and digitalization and IT, particularly, which is becoming a bit of a trademark for Romania. Let's talk specifically about the Northeast region. How is that, in terms of that development there? What is the main focus up in the region there for you?
Well, if you're thinking about sectors, yes, the ITC scene is very, very developed, given that Iași is one of the 3 big cities in Romania within the IT sector. However, I would like to talk a little bit about the Northeast region as a whole. So maybe in this moment, the Northeast region is one of the most attractive regions. Of course, not geographically, but from other points of view. It is a region that is used to handle many challenges. And we also learned over the years how to trade the challenges for opportunities. For instance, in the last 2 years, in the Northeast region happened like let's say peculiar phenomenon. A wave of people living abroad came back or are willing to come back. And I'm talking about both blue and white collar. Also, it is worth mentioning that the Northeast region of Romania has the highest state aid rate, between 50 and 60%. I think Julian will tell us a little bit more about this topic.
He's nodding his head as you're speaking. So
yeah, okay, I cannot see him, but I'm sure. And also, another thing that improved over the years is the healthier approach that the local authorities are adopting nowadays. Most of them understood how to be more competitive among foreign investors, how to promote their advantages, or how to tackle with negotiations with foreign parts. Also, we also have another 2 or 3 aces up our sleeve because, first of all, I represent a regional development agency, which is a public utility NGO. I'm sure that 90% of the audience or the speakers didn't know that. We are not state-owned, but we are not private. But this statute means that we are a managing authority of our region in direct connection with the European Commission dealing with EU funding. This means that any investor looking into our direction would automatically benefit from EU funding, intelligence, and of course, advice. And secondly, given the tight connection with the European Commission's development instruments, during the last years, we made important progress regarding regional development overview. What I'm talking about is I'm not going to go into a lot of details, but briefly, through instruments like RIS3 or the Smart Specialization Strategy, we identified and draw value chains based on different sectors. And now I'm getting finally maybe to your question. These sectors or fields are mainly automotive, agro-foods, textiles, and new materials, ITC, of course, and biotechnology. And these studies give us a greater understanding upon the missing links in the value chains that can be turned into investment opportunities. Also, of course, there are many things that make the Northeast region attractive, like competitive costs for utilities or real estate, available workforce, industrial parks, and of course, having an IPA, an investment promotion agency of its own, because unfortunately, not every region in Romania has that. We are the only region with the IPA and with the Brussels office. So yeah.
Okay, that was a great pitch for the region, and I want to sort of dig just another question for you. You know, we obviously think about Iași when we think about the region, but there's many other sort of very prominent towns in that area. How are they developing? Because I think through COVID, I knew from my own experience, when I'm in Bucharest, I think 9 out of 10 people I ask are not from Bucharest. You know, they're from somewhere else in Romania, and you touched on, people maybe, going closer to home wherever possible, quality of life and everything else. How is that affecting some of those regional towns now? Are you seeing investments being looked into there as well?
Yeah, of course. We do have. I don't want to call it a problem, but we do have a situation where the first point of attraction from a foreigner, from a FDI point of view, from an investor's point of view, is Iași, of course, because it's the most visible and it sounds very familiar. Therefore, yes, this city is the main key of attraction. However, we do have a lot of cities in the Northeast region that have a lot of potential. We also have another two cities, Bacău and Suceava, which are university cities. And how do they struggle, or if they were affected? Yeah, of course they were affected during the COVID times. However, in this moment, with our help as well, because we are there, like their gate towards Brussels, towards the European Commission. And as I was saying earlier, we do use every instrument the European Commission is handing out to us. They are doing real efforts to make their offer real interesting, to entice and to stimulate the population to come back to the municipality. And I think things are getting better. Also, the political stability is quite an advantage for us.
Okay, thank you. Minister, I'm just going to come to you very quickly. I'm going to come to Andre and just change the subject for a moment. Just on that subject of the development of other towns, Târgoviște, all these, excuse my pronunciation, but the other towns that don't have that infrastructure there. Is that something that's going to be sort of looked at over the next 2 or 3 years to enable this combination of quality of life, but also people going home and maybe bringing the people, the repatriation of Romanian skill sets coming back into Romania, being able to go back home, so to speak?
Yes, there are a few programs that will try to improve the infrastructure for the telecommunication and the IT infrastructure for everybody to have access and to be one of the top countries with access to internet and the best quality of it. And of course, there are many investments that are being made through the European funds that will help people come back to our countries and have a better life.
Okay, bring them back. That's what we want. We'll come on to European funds in the UK in a moment, but I just want to come to Andre if I can quickly, just to sort of, we were touching there about this. One of the attractiveness factors of Romania, I know, is the quality of life here and just the traditions and all the values and everything else that us expats certainly love. How important is that sort of personal and cultural attractions to Romania for investors? Is it something that you put on the table to them, or just allow them to experience it? But is it something that should be pushed more on the agenda for the reason to invest in Romania as opposed to our competitive neighbours?
Indeed, it's a thing that investors are asking us to develop and to make them knowledgeable of the perks offered by living in Romania. We often tell them that all the business centers are close to very beautiful nature, to picturesque cities. We told them about the cultural events happening in Romania. For example, we told them that we hosted European soccer championship games. Timișoara next year will be the European capital of culture. Or in Romania, you will find almost always someone under 40 who speaks a foreign language. All our high school graduates speak at least one foreign language. There is no problem of cultural problem in working with strangers. We love foreigners, as you could probably have seen during your stay in Romania. Now everything gets a driving distance. We have seaside, we have mountains. You can go abroad if you wish from all parts of Romania. In 2 or 3 hours, you're in another country, and so on.
Yeah. But are we? I guess if the CEO comes here and you say, "Well, I'm not sure whether it's Cluj or Warsaw," I'm making a decision, I would probably just take him up to Sinaia or somewhere up in Brasov and sit him on the mountain for half an hour with a glass of Romanian wine to make his decision. If that makes sense, how we sort of really pushing that rather than talking about it, because I guess people say, yeah, the guy in Warsaw told me that, or the guy somewhere else told me that. Is that something I'm really looking for advice? Should we expose potential investors to the cultural beauties of Romania a little bit more?
We believe in that approach. We have a holistic approach in promoting Romania, not only as a business destination, but a country where it is nice to live in.
Yeah, good. Okay, Julian, we're the British Romanian Chamber of Commerce, so let's talk about UK investors. I'm not gonna mention the B word. Okay, I have to mention it because you think, what's that B word? It's Brexit. That's the only time I'm going to mention that word, Brexit. But on a serious point, for UK investors, Romania has been a great attraction over the years and continues to be a great attraction in terms of UK companies looking for funds investment. How is that B word affected that, or is it still business as usual?
Well, currently Romania offers a huge opportunity for financing new investors and existing business willing to expand by offering non-reimbursable funds. I mean, we are always looking on in the press and reading about resilience and recovery program, a program that is consisting in about 29 billion euro that will be offered over the next years to especially public sector, but also private companies. Nevertheless, the modernization of the public sector can be realized by involvement of the public sector. So at the end, companies being in Romania benefit of huge amounts of money. Besides this fund, state aid funds is still, state aid schemes are still there. Until end of next year, we still have two schemes that are open. One is for creating workplaces. The other one is for investing in manufacture. And what is important for you to know is the fact that the money that is granted to Romania, to investment in Romania, is pure cash, 100% cash, which is not the case in the region. So investors trying to approach Hungary, for example, they can get the same state aid, but 80 or 90% of the amount will be in a form of tax incentives, meaning exemption of future payments from corporate income tax. While it's clear, I mean, if you compare an investment right now and based on cash reimbursement versus future exemption of tax benefits, that's a huge difference. So nevertheless, from this point of view, Romania is by far the most attractive country in the region. When looking to the percentages, as Cosmin indicated, percentages increased this year, starting with January, in general by 10% in almost half of the country. So the Commission initiated a new concept of counties that lost population over the last 10 years, and those counties benefit of 10% in addition. Let's take an example. If you invest in Iași or in Bacău, you can get theoretically 50%, but if you invest in Bacău, you can get even 60% because it's a county that lost population over the years. So let's compare the current timeline 2022 with, let's say, beginning of pandemic. At that time, we were expecting that the threshold and intensity of state aid will be reduced, because that's the natural tendency, that the more the country is developing, the less percentages are offered. However, now, after or in the middle of pandemic, nobody knows the status, percentages increased. They increased all over, but Romania benefited of the highest increase. So let's take examples. Cluj, if you want to invest in Cluj, you can get 30%, 40%. If you want to invest in Moldavia, you can get 50 to 60. The south part of the country is again between 50 and 60%. We can gladly discuss on one-to-one topic and analyze which county is the best one. But what is important is the fact that there is plenty of money available for investments. Investments in IT&C or in labor-intensive projects benefit of a perfect state aid scheme. So authorities are financing 50 to 60% of the salary cost for a two-period years. When we talk about salary cost, we are talking about the entire cost. So net cost plus all related taxes. If you want to invest 100 people in Cluj, for example, or in Iași, 50% of their, or 40, 60, depending on the location, let's take an average, 50% of their total salary cost for 2 years is reimbursed from the authorities. And it's huge money. We made a simulation for an IT&C company that used to pay 2,000, 3,000 euro net salary for IT developers. They can get around 7 to 8 million euro non-reimbursable funds. That's plenty of money. I mean, whenever you go, you don't get this money. So that's important to realize that the money is here, and it's just in our mind that we need to be proactive. We need to think out of box and always identify sources of financing for developing or extending our business.
Well, that's quite, Minister, just on that subject, that's quite an investment by the government to encourage. The lifespan of that, is that something, is there a goal at the end of it?
We don't have a goal on stopping it. It's not something clear because we are focusing on creating stability and legislative transparency while opening the dialogue with the business community. So creating stability is very important for us at this point because we are interested in bringing more business to Romania and creating a healthy environment.
And if you cast yourself forward 3 years, obviously your areas on the innovation, digitalization, all the trendy business, I could call it, coming in. How do you sort of see the map of Romania? As I said, it's changing quite dramatically year by year in terms of the BPO businesses. The outsourcing industry here is a phenomenal growth there. How do you see the picture of Romania? Is it going to be a natural growth, do you think, of what we have now, or is there going to be some curveballs, some new industries coming in? Well, taking in consideration the massive amount of funds that we will have for digitalization, I don't think it will be a natural growth. I think it will be a very quick step forward, and I believe it. You will definitely, I think, in a few years, you will definitely won't have to sign so many papers when taking a loan and deciding to invest in Romania. So that's the. It was actually therapeutic. It was. I enjoyed it. Well, you should take in consideration. But what about the infrastructure? Obviously, there's the chicken and egg thing going on here, isn't it? Because I think a lot of it, I mentioned the outsourcing industry, which requires a lot of people. Obviously, we're in the hybrid world now, so I think companies are accommodating that as well. But at the end of the day, building of offices and the infrastructure is quite key. What are the plans for that? Is that continuing to encourage external investment in infrastructure and buildings as well? What is the plan going forward? Yes, when looking at the new buildings that are being built and new locations, I think there are many new developments that we will come in the future. So we see many new plans to develop in this area for properties. So though the COVID period brought some changes with the offline work or work from home, I think investments in new buildings and new Class A office buildings will continue to. Okay, Cosmin, I'm going to come to you, my friend. Just on the same subject there, I guess at the moment, if I want to open up a 3,000 square meter office in Iași, I've got a bit of a problem, but in next year, it won't be so much of a problem. But I think the new building investment in Iași, I think, is already subleased and already full. There's a potential problem there as well on the same subject, isn't there?
Yes, there is a problem, of course, and there always have been in the last 5 years, let's say, in Iași at least. But that means just one thing, that business are doing good. So of course there are a lot of real estate projects in progress, and there will always be new places to rent. But I think it's a normal thing. It's the way it's have to be.
Yeah. Okay. In terms of the UK, I have to keep remembering we're the British Romanian Chamber of Commerce. In terms of UK investment in the region, how has that been from a domestic competitive point of view? Are you doing well versus your traditional competitors, which will be Bucharest, obviously, and Cluj-Timișoara? How are you competing there?
We are doing quite well, especially in the ICT industry. I will just give you some examples, like there's CRS Health, there's also another 2 or 3 companies that came in the last 2 years. But I think the best example of a company from UK is SCC Services, which started in 2006 with 20 employees, and now they have 1,000 in Bacău and in Iași. So we do have a lot of UK-based companies in Iași and in Suceava and Bacău, and yeah, I think we are quite a competitor for the other Romanian big cities.
Yeah, and a final question on this point. I guess the airport, and I guess it's a question for the other guys as well. I guess an airport anywhere is a significant contributor to any region's growth. I think with the Ashes, has that been significant in terms of attracting airlines like the Wizz Airs, etc., into European countries and beyond that? Is that part of the success of the Iași as well?
Yeah, of course, and it was a success that was brought in tandem also by the airports, also by the request for flights. And there's not only Iași, there's also Bacău and also Suceava. So we have 3 international airports, and each of them have partnered up with companies like Wizz or Ryanair, and all of them have direct flights almost every day with the UK. So yeah, I think this was one of the the biggest selling point when we pitched the region for UK investors, and not only UK, of course.
Okay, and the final question is, when are you going to open up a golf course in Iași? No, I'm joking, but I'll visit much more often if we do. Andre, just coming to you in terms of the investment, we kind of touched. The obvious place we go to now is IT, because we know that's where the real gems of talent is here for that. But on more traditional areas of manufacturing, is that continuing? And what is the attraction for something like a traditional manufacturer? Is Romania still got that attractiveness for that? And how does that work?
Romania is still attractive for traditional and industry. We get a lot of projects in the automotive industry, mostly in Transylvania and southern Romania, due to better connectivity with the European network of highways. There are also projects in agriculture, mostly connected to the Constanța port for better exports, or to the Danube to go up to the river to Germany. There is also one thing that I wanted to add about the IT sector, or perhaps one of the largest investments of the British companies in Romania after the Brexit, and it is the only time I'm mentioning it. It is the London Stock Exchange coming to Bucharest, which was one of our success stories in the past years.
Is that, I guess for both of you, is that important, that you need those role models as part of the magnet for investors coming here? And I guess same way in sport, you need Simona Halep's of this world for young girls to want to go and play tennis. So you need that sort of kind of incentive. Is that important, attracting these big names into?
It is indeed important to attract big names. Most of the lesser known companies that come to us ask to speak with similar companies already on the market and ask us for the example. So we tell them that we have Amazon in Bucharest, in Iași, we tell them that we have Microsoft, we tell them about Oracle and so on.
Okay, it's a great sales pitch, isn't it? This is who we're dealing with right now.
Indeed.
You should come. Yeah, yeah. And yeah, just sorry, audience, if I could just ask, there's any questions from the audience? Yeah, I'm saying that hopefully that somebody's going to pop their hand up and ask a question. Don't do this to me, otherwise I'm going to ambush. I'm going to ambush somebody actually, because I've just spotted right at the back of the room my good friend Mamus Kutsianis, one of the members of the board. Mamus, I'm going to talk to you. You have a business here in Bucharest, in Romania, but also in Moldova. Do we have a microphone for Mamus? I'll walk up. It's about time I come soon. So you have the businesses here. What's your what you've heard so far? What would you be saying to anybody? Hey, what would you be saying to anybody looking to invest in Romania through your own perspective?
Thank you, Colin. Good morning, everybody. Yeah. Having said this before, Romania now will become a more centric investment country in the region, and taking into account all the geopolitical changes that are happening in the region, as well as the focus that will get the attention from EU perspective, as well as from the NATO perspective, being let's say the hot border of Europe. These are opportunities. I mean, generally, these will create new opportunities. New money will flow over the money that already were flowing in the country. And myself, I'm very positive in the business perspective. And unfortunately, we need to go through this current situation we are facing now. And macroeconomically, we need to be very careful about the inflation and how to manage it there. That's a bit tricky there, but it's not only for Romania, it's for the whole Europe, it's for the whole region. Thank you, Colin.
He hates me now for ambushing, but you make a good point there, Minister. If I could come to you on this. I think we saw the EBRD forecasting for this year downgraded slightly, I guess, because of the situation or the uncertainty, I guess. Managing things that we can't control is much more difficult than managing things we can control, of course. So there's sort of seeing that sort of down. How are you guys in the ministry dealing with that in terms of investors, and then when they look at the geographics and maybe have a concern there, how are we facing that? I guess be a good answer for everybody to know, because I guess everybody's having those questions from their own organizations globally as well.
Yeah, so I assume you're talking about Ukraine. So in this context of the war in Ukraine, the Romanian government, at the Romanian government level, there's already an approach that seeks solutions. And as our Prime Minister, Nicolae Ciucă, mentioned, we seek solutions that can support any initiative and any opportunity to relocate businesses from countries that are affected by the war. So this is an interesting point. So there's an interest in anything and everything that means opportunities in the Romanian economy at the same time, and there are guarantees that Romania is a safe country for investments.
Okay. It's a delicate one, and I guess but the reality is, as I said at the beginning, we're seeing the horrific the visions from what's going on there, but around that there's still businesses, there's still people that need to keep that economy going. So it's kind of a delicate thing, but Romania is positioning itself as in a humanitarian way, but also in a very practical way to support.
if I may add, during the last weeks, I've seen people discussing about increasing production capacities in Romania, somehow to compensate what is losing in Ukraine and Russia. I mean, if we are looking globally, the production capacity in Europe should remain the same. And the more is lost in Ukraine and Russia, the more should be replaced somewhere in Europe. And Central and Eastern Europe seems to be the nice place to increase or to substitute all these capacities. And during the last weeks, I've seen more and more discussions with respect to local plants trying to increase their production capacities, or suppliers of OEM manufacturing plants interested about coming to Romania. So all these discussions, rumors will become concrete very soon. So it could be an opportunity for Romania.
Yeah, and you use the word opportunity in a realistic way, Andre. I guess that that is the case. It's also going back to our theory that once you've visited here, then you appreciate everything into culturally, business-wise, and everything else. And I guess this is going to accelerate that as well, isn't it?
You're right. Most of the companies that visit Romania in the end decide to make their investment here. What I wanted to add is that in the past months at our level, at the Ministry of Entrepreneurship, we've seen a lot of global companies wanting to come to Romania to shorten the supply chain and just to produce in Europe, to bring what they're having in Asia closer to the final customer. You have seen the troubles in the Suez Canal a few months ago, which caused serious interruptions in supply in Europe. And they are now coming to us saying that, look, we know that is not as cheap as in Asia, but you are well qualified, and we would like to have our factories here, which is the best options for us in Europe at this moment.
Okay, Cosmin, I'm going to come to you just continuing this subject, because I think it is one of the things we've seen with this humanitarian crisis is just, I've always said it, I love about Romania, you can have a little old lady in a village will give you her last tomato. The generosity here is something I've never experienced before, and it's important for the profile of this country in how we've responded to this. But from an NGO point of view, I just want to touch on that, because they're a serious part of a country's infrastructure, I think, is the NGO community. We've got somebody in the audience I'm going to ambush in a moment. She knows exactly who it is. But in terms of the NGO work, how is that sort of correlating into the attractiveness factor as well? And I guess there's a lot of, particularly with the UK, there's a lot of UK NGOs now entering Romania and probably staying at the end of it. How is it up in your region? You're a bit more closer to that border. How is it there?
Yes, Colin, it's true. We are right on the border, and of course we are. Suceava is part of our region, and that means that Siret border is in Suceava and in our region. Therefore, yes, there has been an incredible amount of organization among NGOs and among local authorities to address this crisis, this situation. And of course, I'm really proud that things happen this way. Also, my organization, that is also an NGO, somehow redirected some of its human resources and financial resources in this direction. Therefore, we are quite involved in helping these in resolving these situations. For instance, I just want to give you an example. The county council from Suceava decided to not to offer some buildings from an industrial park near Suceava, near the airport, and to block them and to make them shelters for people coming from the affected areas. Of course, this is just one of the examples. So the amount of forces that are being implemented is incredible. However, there's also the pragmatic side in our region, and there are open dialogues with companies. Like Julian said, there are a lot of companies that were doing their business in the now affected areas. Therefore, they are willing to move, not willing, but forced even. So yeah, business have to go on, and given that we are quite close and quite, let's say, affordable for the next best thing, we do have a lot of dialogues with companies or with associations or with business representatives from the affected area. This means that there are dialogues between local authorities like city halls or county council, also between industrial parks from the Northeast region and other entities from the affected areas. Thank you.
Okay, and just staying on this sort of benevolent subject and NGOs, I'm not going to ambush you now because you know I'm going to come to you, but I want to ask Camelia Platt, who's the CEO of Light into Europe, and Camelia, I want to sort of ask you. And I'm looking at this attractiveness factor, and I think through COVID, a lot of companies have had to be more caring about their employees. You know, it's become part of the culture now, which is, I guess, is going to continue. But from an NGO perspective, I know you guys have worked hard and working with people in Ukraine as well, coming into Romania. Just speak on behalf of NGOs. How important are they for that profile of Romania going forward as an investor? And just tell me a little bit about what's happening with Light into Europe.
Thank you, and good morning. Yes, we at Light into Europe are trying to do our share, and apart from continuing to develop essential services for children and young people with disabilities, especially with hearing and sight loss, we opened new, let's say, areas of support for the children with disabilities that are now relocated from Ukraine to Romania. And I'm very proud to be a British Romanian charity, because the amount of innovation and support that we get from similar organizations in the UK actually helped us to develop all our services in Romania. And it's so important to develop the public-private partnerships and looking at NGOs also as partners for development and making the business as well as the community attractive to investors. Yes, thank you.
I knew you wouldn't let me down. You'd give a lovely talk. Gentleman here.
Good morning. I'm George. I represent an IT company. I have a question for Andrei. So are there any cases where a foreign investor comes to you and says, okay, I don't want to enter directly on the market, but I would prefer a partnership with a Romanian company. Do you have this type of cases, and how do you deal with them?
Thank you for your question. There have been inquiries in this sense, but we cannot really go into the market and say, look, a company came to us and asked if you would like to be their partner. So we refer the respective companies to big consultancies like Neuer, like Deloitte, like you name it. All the big names, we just give them the list of the biggest 10 names in Romania, and we encourage them to discuss with the consultants if they have knowledge of companies in Romania that would like to partner with a foreign company.
If I may add, because we are specialized.
Because I was just reading a SMS from Anna at the back of the room, so thank you.
Yeah, if I may add, we are specialized, for example, in advising companies how to enter in the market, how to join forces with some other companies. And our M&A lawyers are specialized in identifying target companies, in explaining how cooperation is possible in due diligence, and so on. I mean, the more you can do from A to Z, the more appreciated you are by the investors. There are various channels of entering into a market indeed. Greenfield acquisition of an existing player, as they wish.
Okay, thank you. We've got another guest just joining us, I think. I'll introduce her as they're connecting her. So we're going to have Teodora Protesa, I think, who's the General Director, General Directorate for Programming and System Coordination at the Ministry of European Investments and Projects. So another very large business card. Oh, you're there. You're there. Hi. Good morning, Teodora.
Good morning. I'm not Teodora. Mrs. Director General extends her sincere apologies for not being able to attend. Unfortunately, due to some issues, as you know, a change in the leadership of the ministry, her presence was requested in another high-level meeting. So my apologies again, and if you would accept me as a member of this panel, I would like to. Do you hear me?
Yeah, we do. We do. We didn't catch your name, but we're losing the connection, I think.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Can we talk about digitalization?
Yeah. So we need to invest in digitalization, of course.
Right, we can hear you now. We can hear you now. So if you could just sort of tell us on behalf of Teodora, but what your organization is doing, and then we'll see we have a question for you afterwards. But you have a few minutes anyway, so welcome.
Thank you very much, and hello to the distinguished panelists and also participants. Our ministry is involved in programming and implementing the European funds through the cohesion policy and other such as the NRRP. So just as a quick introduction, we want to just tell you about how we envisage supporting SMEs in the new financial framework. As a quick introduction, as you know, 99.6% of the total enterprises in Romania are represented by SMEs, and 91.6% of these are micro enterprises with an average of 2 employees. We want to let's say make these companies more mature and for them to be able to employ more people. And in order to tackle some of the challenges of SMEs, we've envisaged, such as difficulty in accessible finance, low levels of digitalization, as you have mentioned, and low innovation performances. We envisaged some measures in the future operational programs in order to help address these issues. And our ministry, let's say, coordinates 16 operational programs. 8 of these are the regional programs. And through the regional programs, we plan to support SMEs in the modernization of technological capacities, advanced production techniques, and certification of. We also would like to, let's say, develop the capacity of the entrepreneurial ecosystem through support structures. We have other operational programs, such as the program for smart growth, digitalization, and financial instruments. And as the actual name says, we want to also introduce financial instruments for, let's say, 2 types of financial instruments: equity for startups, accelerators, and scale-ups. We want actually to continue the implementation of the previous financial instruments, and we want to create an innovative ecosystem. And we also have a risk-sharing loan, which will, it has a, for innovative project, this has a grant component, and we will, let's say, put this grant component in the form of a capital rebate in order to to help this SMEs ease the access to finance. We will work on the skilled workforce in the education and employment operational programs. And in order to, let's say, invest in the green transition, as it is in the heart of the European Commission, we introduced two operational programs, the sustainable development and the just transition operational programs, which will ensure the transition to a green economy. We will invest in energy efficiency, both for residential and for public administration buildings, but also in energy efficiency for enterprises in the form of predefined list of equipments to increase energy efficiency, but also in renewable energy investments. So that is from me. If you would have any questions, thank you very much. And I hope you hear me, because I can't see anything on the screen.
Okay, well, no, everybody left the room. There was nobody here. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
That's unfortunate.
No, thank you very much. I think Theodora owes you a lunch for that. So thank you for. Stay with us till the end of the session. We'll probably break a little bit early. I just want to see if there's any other questions from the audience. Thanks. I've just a point, obviously, with the British Romanian Chamber of Commerce. We talk about Invest Romania, NORO, and the ministry. It's kind of bringing it all together. Minister, just for you in terms of things like Coaliția. Obviously, we have a BRCC member in here who's a member of Coaliția. But how important is that in terms of the business community being listened to? Are there other platforms, or how do we get the voice through a little bit more to the ministry, or to the government, I should say? What a question that is.
Well, we have conducted several public consultations in order to hear the public, to see what it is needed on the market, and we have put actually our operational programs in public consultation during January. We have received some feedback, and we've adjusted our programs according to what the business environment, the NGOs, and other ministries have sent us. So basically, in order to prepare our operation programs, we have also made a series of interviews in order to address the needs.
Okay, thank you, Minister.
Well, she had a great response.
It was a good response, thank you.
I mean, she covered all the basics. Yes, as my colleague said, we are open to communicating with the business partners, and of course we are monitoring the press and influencers, and we are looking at Facebook, and we are looking at articles, and we are taking into consideration all the ideas that we can see out there. So, for example, our ministry is currently working on the governmental cloud, making the next step for all the ministries to be more digitalized and interconnected. And we are looking at the press, and we are looking at the software developers who come up with ideas, and we are adapting the law and the process of making this happen.
Okay.
So we are.
Is that a difficult task, getting your colleagues to be fully digitalized and everything else, or is it, oh my God, he's here again to talk about it? It's a bit of a no. We'll talk about it afterwards.
Task, yeah.
Okay. Any other final questions from the audience? Or yes, right, Lucian. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lucian Danielescu. I'm of the members of the board of BRCC, and I started thinking from something said by Andrei, and it is a generality, let's say. Now, due to geopolitical shifts here, it is considered that we will be in a process of deglobalization, which means that it's a powerful shift in order to come back with industries, producers of any type, towards the consuming parts of the world. So basically Europe and US. So I'm asking you, of course, because this is a very important historical shift, if it will happen. Do you think that from the entire spectrum there, from the state administration and private consultancy businesses, do you think that the country here, our one, needs to have a focus on this, because it will be something different, not to have a special environment, I don't know, which is investment environment in general, and also from the perspective of supply chain, or I don't know, logistics, everything, you know. Do we need to be focused on this in a particular way? Thank you.
Do you mean to be focused on bringing back the manufacture to Romania?
No, are we prepared if this shift will happen? Because of course there will be winners and losers somehow, you know. Definitely it will come back from, you know, the discussion here is not discussing countries, or I don't know, but somehow is to discuss the coming back of businesses from East Asia, where they are in the largest part, towards Europe in our case.
The discussion is not if the businesses are coming back to Europe, is when and how can we attract
what are we doing for
to
that?
Come to Romania. Here at Invest Romania, we are taking a proactive approach. We go into business missions, and we organize webinars with partners all around the world to show them what Romania has to offer and how can we help their business in Europe to shorten the supply chain and to minimize the logistic costs for them to be profitable in Europe.
Okay, you happy? Okay, I think we're kind of, unless there's any other questions, we'll take a slightly early wrap up. Cosmin, I think, is Cosmin still with us? Is he still there? Cosmin, are you still with us?
Yes. Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
You're here. Okay. Well, I'm just saying thank you so much for joining us, and good luck in the Northeast. And hopefully next time I'm in Yash and you're there as well, we'll have a beer together. But thank you very much for being with us today. I don't know if there's any final words you wanted to share with us, or.
Yeah, I don't know. Final words. There are never final words, just passing through words. So. Yeah, thank you for having me here. It's been a pleasure to address to this public. And next time maybe I'll be on the chair next to the other panelists. Thanks.
Okay, we hope so. Thank you very much, Andre. Final word from you. I guess Invest Romania is not just about investing; it's about reinvesting as well. So even people within this room should be contacting you as well. Yeah.
Indeed, we at Invest Romania not only help investors that want to come to Romania, but we also offer a lifetime service for investments already in the country if they have any issues or if they want to expand their businesses into Romania. For example, there are IT companies that come back to us and say, look, we want to hire 500 more people. Could you please just do what you did last time and help us in going further to other cities, especially in smaller IT markets like Brașov or Sibiu, for example.
Thank you. Julia, a bit of advice for everybody and final words.
Yes, there are I always have arguments and reasons for investing in Romania. And just as in 1 minute wrap up, I would like to share with you the tax incentives that are valid in Romania. So Romania has the second lowest corporate income tax percentage, 16%, after Bulgaria. The salary tax exemption for IT&C and for construction field, which is great for Romania. 50% additional deductibility for R&D expenses, meaning people investing in R&D, they can benefit of 50% more deductibility in corporate income tax, and several tax deductions for companies investing in industrial parks. So besides state aid, European funds, and all the other arguments, do not forget also about tax funds. Even if we believe that Romanian tax authorities are bureaucratic, They are bureaucratic indeed, but we should balance everything. If we are having in mind our tax advantage, then it's very good.
I call it clear bureaucracy because my 28 pieces of paper, they told me it was 28 pieces of paper and then the process is finished. So it wasn't so bad in the end. Minister, I guess we need a bit of a marketing and communications of all of this valuable information as well, don't we?
Definitely. So the future will certainly bring challenges, but also opportunities as we talked. There is enough room for investment in main areas such as smart infrastructure or digital technology. And congratulations again on the topic, and I wish you every success and everybody.
Thank you very much. So Andrei, Julian, Minister Cosmin, and the lady, I didn't get your name, Theodora's substitute, but we didn't catch your name, but thank you very much for being with us and filling in a great job. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break, but before we do that, we could give a round of applause to our panelists. So I'm going to look at Anna now. So we're going to take a half-hour break and then be back in at 10 minutes before the hour where we're going to talk about competitive power. Is that correct? I know. Did you want to say something or you open up? It's okay. Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, out in the coffee, if you could grab your coffee, if you can hear me, grab your cake, and if we can get started in a couple of minutes. Cake is much more important than me. No, but
they enjoy the physical.
Yeah, I know. It's like it's therapy.
After all this years.
Well, I've got this theory. I could have committed a mild crime. Let's say somebody who I really wanted to punch in the face and maybe have to go to jail for 2 years. I probably could have got away with doing it and nobody knowing that I've been in jail for 2 years. But I never thought about it.
But why you need such an experience? Yes, but it was like this. Da fost o să te bucuri de chestii de astea. Ce am avut 3 evenimente în iunie la meeting și iar 2 săptămâni a fost summit și că termenul a fost la Spania. Deci la meeting lux de era cu coleu de așa iar în decembrie și cu produse locale. Universitatea la Kent.
Oh, there's just one person coming in late, and you are? Not that I wanted to draw attention to the fact, but okay. Welcome back, everybody. I'm going to enjoy the introductions, and you'll find out why in a moment. We're just going to be sort of talking about the focus really on successful Romanian companies that impacted the Romanian markets. And we talked earlier on about those sort of role models and companies like UiPath and these companies that have really put Romania strongly on the map. But within that, there's a lot of companies out there that are really working hard and really sort of understanding how they're doing. So to help me along the way, I have another wonderful group of panelists. And it's a little bit of a play on names here. So we've got Ionuț Nache from INAC Consulting. Could I guess that the INAC is a little bit of a creative thing from your name? There you go. There you go. It's been revealed. Cătălin Nikifor, who's managing director for Nikifor Consulting. That must have taken you ages to think of that name for the company, but also CFO, I think, with Tarom as well. Yeah. So when you're meeting somebody and you say I'm from Nikifor Consulting and they don't show any interest, you just say, well, I'm actually, of course, I'm the CFO of Tarom, and then, oh, really? Is that how it works? Okay. and next, let me just do that bit of multitasking here. Mihaela Tudor from Tudor Communications, marketing genius. So big warm welcome. Oh, and something else.
And value and European Women's Association. So
there you go. Okay.
There are some creative aspects.
Okay. But my favorite is my friend on the end, and I'm going to have to. Well, I know it's kind of a new. We say like new mori, but it's Hugo, and I can reveal, and I've had Hugo's permission to reveal this. Although Hugo's Romanian, his background was his family was from the former Yugoslavia, and Hugo was named from Yugoslavia. So as a question for everybody, could you guess what the name of Hugo's sister is? Slavia. Slavia. So got Hugo and Slavia. I love it. But welcome to all of you today. Cătălin, I'm going to come to you first, and really sort of spilling over from the first session. It all sounded very nice. It all sounded very nice. There was a lot of positive things. You can do this, you can do that. Bring us down to earth, maybe with a bump. But what is the reality of where we are now in terms of what we really have to do to make these things happen? What a question. What a question.
Okay, it's working. Thank you. Yeah, I was commenting about the earlier panel that everything sounds very optimistic and everybody shows very happy, but we need somehow to look also at the reality around. And everybody knows that we are talking right now about PNRR and about the billions that Romania should access, and practically that we are flooded with money and things like this. But somehow I think we also should talk about the, let's say, the difficulty in order to get this money, because whatever we are seeing right now is that there is a lot of marketing, there is a nice communication around about all these, let's say, possibilities, but nobody is talking about the capabilities of Romanian companies in general, and also sometimes for the foreign investors to get this money. We are talking about more or less two different worlds, let's say, because we are talking about a lot of money that are available, but in the same time, we are a little bit weak in collecting them. And we are talking about a lot of money for innovation, for digitalization, for YT, and for whatever. And in the same time, we are in a country in which still the paper and the stamp, even if it's not still mandatory, they are the king and the queen. This is where we are right now. And I'm coming from the, let's say, turnaround, restructuring and distress world. I have to do with companies that, as I started to say in the last months, they are from Stone Age. I mean, talking about IT and digitalization and how to get new funds, how to present nice figures, how to have a business plan, they are practically, we are talking about science fiction.
Okay. Okay.
This is where I think we are right now, and I think also we should talk a little bit about this, because the previous panel was practically a representative of the authorities, and they are having the control on the cash. But also there were it was the second half in which practically there are the consultants that are helping the companies to get this money, and we should, I think, focus on this, because practically it's a teamwork at the end.
Okay. We talked about quality earlier on. Platforms like that, ways of getting you know, it's just I guess just to add to Catalin's thoughts on that, and then we'll slightly change the subject.
Okay, so Q is from quality, if you know what I mean. So yeah, we are in such a situation that we have to focus on very specific, let's say, requirements. We have this kind of clients very different from different scopes. So we have clients from 43 scopes, you can imagine. We have clients from farming, agriculture, up to automotive and aviation. So for each of these, let's say, industries or services, when you want to develop something, when you want to get to another big clients or to export your products, you have to be very specific. You have to go to such a level of standards that they recognize you. If you are not at their level, or you're not showing that you want to go there, then they don't start even negotiate with you. So we are now in such a situation that we have pre-assessments and assessments, and each time when we are going to different scopes and different business owners, we have to explain them that the requirements of a client are very, very specific and is related not just to, let's say, basic level, which is, let's say, European laws. We are talking about, let's say, something which is related to
safety of a product. And then the next level, we have 3 levels, is related to quality. And quality, it means that you have to be in conformity with very specific requirements, with a specification. So what we need to, first of all, to be open on this, to train our employees, and of course, to implement all these standards and all these requirements from our potential clients, because if we are not doing this, we are not competitive.
Okay. Okay. And you just on the investment side, just then I close on that. Anybody in the room? I'm going to ask a closed question, which is always a dangerous thing. Anybody in the room got any experience with funds, getting funds and support from government? I guess nobody has. Does that mean nobody's actually done it, or no? Mihaela, you have. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. You saved me.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
So.
Well,
before you
answer, I want to sort of think about, because we hear about a lot about startups, and there's some amazing stories I see online about startups getting funding of €500,000, 800,000 euros. So we talk in terms of getting a business going forward. Is there 2 options there, that you go through government funding, but also is the option to actually look for a strategic investor?
I think it really depends on the type of business, on what opportunities there are in that moment on the market. But actually, there are separate benefits. So if you go to an investor, the investor wants you to prove your track record, wants to have a very real business plan, and wants to get money back at least 8 to 10 times in a number of years, which is great, because if you have an investor on board, they can have 1 round, 2nd round, 3rd round of funding, and you can benefit from their expertise, and you can get some help from them to develop your company in other countries also, which is great, because we traveled COVID and we found out that the most important thing in this moment is to digitalize the business part, and also to think that there are no borders in terms of valuable businesses independent on the industry. Regarding the government part, personally, I had an app developed from Startup Nation, which really helped because it was a great idea, but not non-fundable from investors at that point. Now we are talking to investors in different continents that they want, in venture capitals that they want to invest. But that possibility exists today because Startup Nation approved. And now I'm in that moment. And now I got more than 100K from European funds. So when I'm talking to an investor now, I can show some track record. I can show an amazing product. Yep. And I can show that I believe in technology, which is not, it's more than a trend. It's mandatory for any type of businesses. And I would complete a little bit on the, so I really think that we have amazing companies and organizations that can really help Romanian businesses to fully digitalize. Now we have solutions that are very affordable for every type of business. But the most important thing is, and we are talking about marketing and communication, as Catalin said, to explain them that, and maybe to get a public-private strong partnership, because we have resources. I've traveled a lot in these COVID years, and I can truly say that technology is very good in Romania, and you have solutions for every type of business.
Okay, Catalin, I guess we want to sort of move away from the challenge of it, but I guess what Mihaela's describing there is amazing, but it's that visibility of being able to do that. I guess, Mihaela, you had to sort of dig deep to discover that and to go through the process. So Katia, I guess, you know, that is the challenge, isn't it? Is actually finding that platform that's just easy to do, because we're all saying it's all there, it's all great, it can happen, but you said, as you said at the beginning, the use of those funds, the use of the investors is still early days, isn't it?
There are two worlds. It's the world of SMEs, and unfortunately in Romania the SMEs are not really SMEs, because imagine that in Germany an SME is up to 100 million euro turnover. Here we have an SME up to 1 million. Yeah, and then is the rest of the companies, and we are talking about the rest of the companies. One, they more or less don't have access to this kind of fund, or the amounts that are practically included in this type of funds are totally, let's say, insignificant for the need of investment. I mean, if you are talking about, let's say, I don't know, more than 200 million euro company in Romania turnover, the capex for IT per year is somewhere around 4 or 5 million euro. You don't have right now this type of funding. Of course, it is not designed in order to help the big companies. Yeah. What we should do in that moment, it's exactly what we were discussing before, is this kind of public-private partnership. They should be developed somehow. I mean, we were commenting also earlier at the coffee break that whatever or my opinion is that whatever we are doing here, it's everybody's somehow protecting each one corner, and we are not having a kind of real communication. Okay, it was also this 2-year period in which face-to-face meeting, real communication were not that efficient that they were before, and what we are trying again to have. We should have practically, what I'm saying always is probably we should have also kind of a country strategy or whatever we want to do, because this is what is missing in my opinion right now. If you are looking also at each authority, each minister, it has his own agenda. You don't have something that, okay, let's do something together. Let's have someone that it's, I don't know, the highest officer, and it's Romania wants to become digitalized.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
How do we do it? Because, and I agree with Mihaela, there are a lot of very, very nice and successful stories. We have applications, we have small IT businesses, we have all kinds of things that they attracted, some of them even 1 million euro per year. But 1 million euro per year compared with the need of investments in Romania, it's, you know, the ant will take a few decades to climb the mountain.
Okay, well, we all expect within the next 2 years for you to be a member of parliament. Okay, so we'll.
I hope not.
Hugo, we're going to come back and talk more about the SMEs as well. But Hugo, I want to come to you because you're in an industry. We talk about digitalization, and in terms of data centers, I guess would be the simplified term for it, with cluster power. I really want to sort of touch on this. There's always, we talked earlier on about office buildings, you know, the shortage of them, the chicken and egg. We can't grow until we have the places to work at. Let's talk a little bit about on the data. I know you have a success story. I think you're based near Craiova. Is that correct? Yeah. Yeah. Tell us a little bit about cluster power and really about data centers and the crucial component they are in terms of Romania's success going forward.
Well, thank you very much.
The floor is yours.
Yeah, I'm going to complete my colleague. So, well, first of all, I'm in IT since, I don't know, 1993 or something. I'm a kind of a veteran in this industry. So I think it was never so fun to be into this industry. So basically, you spoke about state funds. Okay, there is we built the largest data center in Southeastern Europe with the state funds. So we attracted 18 millions, and thank you, Prime Minister, whatever. And we also had some private investors. One of them is popular, it's Czech Bank. Yeah. So they put a lot of money in the business, and we created a state-of-the-art data center. It's not only a data center, it's actually a technological hub. But to complete my colleagues, I heard about being in a stone age, and that's really true. This is a reality from an IT perspective, and this is a real great paradox. We have a very large pool of resources. I mean, very qualified people, but unfortunately, they're working for Western countries. They don't work for the state. Why? I don't know. I mean, we all know, but it's a question. And when it comes to the public area, we are completely in a Stone Age, yeah? And there is a lot of things to be done. And I do hope that the PNRR plan will cover this gap. Coming back to Craiova, yeah? So I'm trying to keep the level for our audience, but we built a state-of-the-art technological hub. Whoever knows what means Tier 3, this is a certification which certifies that this technological hub meets all the requirements. Just for your knowledge, this is the unique in Romania, but unique in this part of the world. We are creating our own energy. You know, in a data center, you have more than 40% means are the energy consumption, but we build our own energy. So we are burning gas, transform it into the so-called 3 generation. It's not cogeneration, it's 3 generation. We are creating energy, which is quite expensive, you know, right now. We're in a very good position. We are creating energy and the cooling agent and also heating, yeah? And this is unique. And more than that, it's unique because we have the first Rolls-Royce engines which are hydrogen ready. So in about, I don't know, 1 year or 2 years, we can burn hydrogen and we can have a carbon footprint like 0 or something, yeah? So I have to tell you, this is not a data center. Again, this is not a. This is your house. This is your. It's a building enabler. We can generate business. Everybody can generate business there, and we can discuss about that. But everybody heard about artificial intelligence, yeah? Everybody knows about it, yeah? Okay, we heard about it. Maybe we are not very qualified how to do it, but in Craiova right now, there is a supercomputer from NVIDIA. NVIDIA is the Bentley of AI, is the pioneer of the artificial intelligence. You cannot run complex mathematical models on, you know, simple CPU servers. You need powerful computers. When the guys from Pfizer created the vaccine against COVID, they did it into a NVIDIA platform. And that NVIDIA platform, they're in 2 places in Europe. One is in Cambridge, UK, and the second one is in Craiova, believe it or not. Of course, we didn't promote it too much because we just power on the data center, but the infrastructure for artificial intelligence projects is ready, is there. We don't have too much calls from Romanian businesses, unfortunately, so far. Again, we didn't promote it so far, but people from Western countries, R&Ds, big companies, they're calling us and say, okay, I want to run a mathematical complex algorithm on your machines because I got to stay on a QE in Cambridge. Yeah, this is the level. So it's a piece of engineering. It's just, I had when I joined, you know, Cluster Power, I worked for Hydroelectrica for 5 and 6 years or something. And when I go into the deep of the power plant, of the hydro plant, it's so impressive. When I went to Craiova, I had the same feeling. Wow, what is that, man? I mean, it's not just a simple building. It's completely a different story. And this is a successful story. It's just the beginning. It didn't start it yet, yeah?
But why are not Romanian organizations tapping into this? Is that a silly question?
Well, I would say that they're not in terms of artificial intelligence. First of all, we just started, but AI projects in Romania are not yet very developed, let me say like that. So they're not started, yeah?
So see the awareness of what you do, but I guess there's still a shortage of data centers.
AI, in essence, it's a story. Okay, we talk about artificial intelligence since 1950, but only in the last years, we had technology to run for real, you know, algorithms and complex algorithms and AI projects. But the idea is, in Western countries, they are running already, you know, big projects. This is the point. Romanians will follow, that's for sure. We're in contact with academia, with lots of universities and R&Ds, and hope the companies will knock on our doors, and I do believe they will do it soon.
I'm going to come back on it. So, but it's interesting when and I keep hearing this, that I see Romania and Romanians as pioneers, and we talk about not just digitalization, but I love the spirit here, the entrepreneurial spirit and the pioneering spirit. And internationally, there's this, that's a strong thing. But then we keep going back to domestically. It's kind of a paradox there, isn't it? Why is that? What's going on there?
Okay, we are Latins. So
okay, thank you.
We are starting.
Always blame the Latins.
Yeah, we are Latins. We talk a lot. Some of us doing a lot. But the idea is that we have a lot of opportunities, because since I last met Hugo, I think a few years ago, I was, let's say, that time BSI partner here in Romania. BSI means British Standard Institute, of course, you know. And we talk, and we have a common friend, and I didn't know about this. About Craiova, come on, nothing happens in Craiova, sorry. So
is anybody from Craiova?
Okay, my friends. Okay, Top Gel. I know Top Gel. I'm auditing Top Gel, so they good, a very good ice cream, and now they start with waffles, I think. But anyhow, the idea was I didn't keep in touch with Hugo, and I don't know about this. And you can imagine what we can develop from here, because I'm very well connected with a lot of companies, let's say factories and so on and so on. So
you're networking on my panel now, aren't you? That's what you are.
So one very good quality about Romanians and Latins is that we can easily do this kind of social meetings and drink a coffee and maybe develop a business. So I'm very optimistic about this, because when we are, let's say, auditing or assess companies, we are assessing one which are very little or medium size. And when we are going, I don't know in what city, small city or village, you cannot imagine what's happening there. So that's why I'm very enthusiastic, because I know them and I saw them. Now my company is 22 years. I am auditing since 1996. I saw them rising and developing and exporting their products. So you can imagine they're very optimistic. And now with all this EA and all these things that I'm not so familiar, of course we can develop more. We can catch up them. Okay, they don't stay, but it's easy because they know already the route of a pathway. So that's why I'm very optimistic.
Cool. Okay.
Like Mama says.
And if anybody wants to speak to Units afterwards, you'll find him in a dark corner with Hugo, I think. Mihaela, I want to come to you. I want to talk about SMEs, because we talk about, sometimes we forget about manufacturing. It's I know in Britain, manufacturing in the 50s and 60s there's a lifeblood of the economy. And then that changed quite dramatically. And I think in Romania, manufacturing is such a strong point, but SMEs is such a powerful part of this almost culture, more than the contribution to the economy. But with it comes challenges. How are you supporting SMEs who, we talked about, okay, I'm going to get funding, and then that funding doesn't happen, or that investor pulls out, or that new customer doesn't say yes, and I have to realign. How are you supporting, and what's your advice in terms of crisis management for SMEs going through this another unknown period?
So I truly believe in education. I think this is the most important thing, and I think it lacks a lot in Romania, unfortunately. And we are not thinking about the future, because things are changing very fast, and lacking a big vision that helps education in the entrepreneurial field, especially in the financial field, because you need to learn financial. You need to learn technology now. You mandatory need to learn communication and marketing. Because as I tell a lot of my clients, and I've worked with more than 300 SMEs until now, what is the difference between you and your competitor? And they say, oh, I'm having great services, or I do amazing products. Really? Because the market is very competitive. Everybody says that. And for them to know that from you, they need to first get to know you and somehow not meeting you in person. So it's very important from childhood to learn financial aspects, to learn communication and marketing, and to know technology. And we don't do that in our schools, actually. But I still think,
on an optimistic level,
and a very optimistic level, that Romania comes with the opportunity to become an entrepreneur in an easy way.
Do you think it's because I know as an expat, I hate the phrase expat, but as an immigrant in this country, how much
is worse, immigrant.
Yes, no, that's not what I am. But how much I love this country. And when I talk about Romania, I often see people like, really? You really think this? Is there, without it being a patronizing point, and I apologize if it is, but is there a sort of there isn't that sort of realization of the talent and the opportunity here? Does that create a short-term thinking? Is that what the issue is, that people are saying, well, I'm not going to invest in that because it's not going to happen? Or am I completely wrong? So it's a kind of a challenge here, but is it the short, do we need to think longer term? Do we need to invest and say, right, this is my company now. I've set up Cluster Power. In 10 years' time, this is how I want to see it. But to get there, this is what I've got to do. Is that what we need to do rather than managing the next month or the next year?
Colin, you're so true. Because, yeah, I really think that Romanians are used to thinking short term. And I think also this is a paradox, because this is one of the reasons that we have a lot of entrepreneurs, because they believe, okay, my job didn't work out, my boss is Nashpa, and I will become an entrepreneur, not knowing exactly what does that mean, that they are not an entrepreneur, they are starting as a freelancer maybe or something. But yeah, this comes as an opportunity, but this is our biggest fail, because we don't teach people to think at 10 years from now, 50 years from now, 100 years from now. Because if we did, we have leaders that had a plan for the next 100 years. And I was in, so I have my business also in Dubai. And I was amazed because talking to the Ministry of Economy there, I've told them my plans for the next 10 years. And they said, what 10 years? What does it mean 10 years? 10 years is tomorrow. Tell me your plans for the next 50 years. Yeah. And it was actually not a joke, because when they shared their vision for the next 50 years, I was amazed, because they had the vision, they already had the plan, and they reached the milestones until now. So for things to move forward, we need a vision, we need a plan, and for Romanians, we need to get together. Okay. And we need to form the heart by bringing each other on the same page, because this also lacks a little bit for our culture.
This is becoming a therapy session. Anybody like to comment on this? Yes, sir. And then I'm going to come to Yunus, because I'm curious about this this percentage of startups that fail. So they say 90% of startups fail in the first year. I wonder if this is the reason why, but that's globally, that's not necessarily Romania. You could just say who you are.
Thank you, Colin. Call me George. As Hugo mentioned, NVIDIA, which is quite famous globally, and they have NVIDIA Inception, which is the largest and the most prestigious accelerator in AI globally. I wonder why Cluster Power won't start such an AI accelerator in Romania.
Direct question. No, hi, George. We've been colleagues, I think, for 1 year or something. So listen, we are representing NVIDIA in Romania. So we are offering to Romania and to Western countries, to anybody, the possibility to run any kind of AI projects into our hardware. But we not only possess the hardware, we have also the capacity. We had the NVIDIA knowledge base. We have the NVIDIA consultants. So basically, if they implemented something to BMW in Europe or to any other project in finance, we can replicate it here. So actually, we are offering to everybody our facilities and our services. Yeah, and I'm quite confident that the number of NVIDIA supercomputers will be increased very soon, very fast, because I'm quite confident, being only 2 infrastructures in Europe, they will be occupied very soon. So to answer your question, you know, we are so open to cooperate with anybody, so we can start right now into the break. Yeah.
Oh, hang on.
Okay. I'm IFS representative here in Romania since 2012, so 10 years. IFS, it means International Feature Standards. So after doing, I don't know, thousands of audits for our clients, we are auditing their suppliers. I think 2 years ago, and this is what I want to say, that things are changing. So now I have 3 projects in trainings with Kaufland. So we are training Kaufland suppliers. We are training Carrefour suppliers, and we will start as soon as possible ANSVSA, DSVSA, National Food Safety Authority inspectors trainings. So this it means a lot of things, because we are changing from auditing them to training them. So finally, they understand they have to grow partnerships, to grow their partner if they want to have, let's say, sustainability, reliable trust in their suppliers and partners. So things are changing, and I think related to this Latin origin, let's say, this is great, because we can be very open to such situation, and even for this, let's say, big international key accounts, trying to change their point of view, because they didn't do this. They just audit. Come on, I say, you cannot audit. Let's train them. So you can imagine it's a great satisfaction for me and for my all efforts, because in Europe, we have a 3rd country after Netherlands and France, which signed such a protocol with ANSVSA, with National Food Safety Authority. So be optimistic, Colin. Come on.
No, I'm the eternal optimist. Well, somebody told me yesterday, always borrow money from a pessimist because they never expect it back, which I think is probably the best advice today. Lady that.
Hello, thank you. I'm Sorana Ionescu from Cluster Power. I want to get back to your question because I'm actually dealing with the partnership with NVIDIA more closely, so I can answer a bit more detail to your question. You are, yes. So to answer your question, we are soon going to announce it. It's quite a restricted information for now, but I can tell you that we're working together with NVIDIA to actually offer services ourselves to all the SMEs, including the Romanian ones, in the NVIDIA Inception program. So basically, Cluster Power, together with another partner who actually does MLOps and is actually putting the MLOps tools on top of our infrastructure, we are together going to offer services, especially for SMEs and for AI acceleration program of NVIDIA. So that's one side of my answer. And the other one is that we are more than open to creating partnerships with SMEs and with startups in AI. And we're looking at various financial models, because sometimes starting up is not that easy, we know, because we've been doing this. So we're looking at even turning CapEx into OpEx and finding financing solutions for hardware. We can even talk to NVIDIA to find a leasing solution and so on. So we have a lot of facilities that we can offer to startups, and we're more than interested in doing that. So let's talk.
Thank you very much. I thought I was going to have to snatch the microphone off you then, but thank you for that. You two can have a little bit of a networking. I want us to we talk about the challenges, and we touched with Mihaela on sort of crisis management. I just want to touch on leadership as well, because you touched on, you use the word change. It's been a changing world, to say the least. You know, whether you're a founder of a small SME or the founder of a, we kind of celebrate startups, but we don't celebrate keep goings, and maybe we should celebrate keep goings a little bit as well. But from a leadership perspective, Catalin, how are we managing leadership, and what's your advice on as we go forward here? Are we going into a 50-50 hybrid world? What are we going into? But how is it affecting leadership, and how companies can grow as well as keep promoting Romania on the global platform?
It's very interesting, because what you are saying, and if you have seen, I think the most successful leaders in Romania and the one that were leading successful companies, more or less they all left Romania. I mean, their companies are somewhere abroad. Okay, they are listed in London, they are moving to London. They are listed in New York, they are moving there. But I will start because we have discussed earlier about, let's say, when we were talking about Craiova, I heard last week a very interesting, nice joke in Cluj. I was in Cluj in a similar conference, and they said that the guy from Craiova went to Cluj, and because he's the strongest IT center right now in Romania, and everybody's proud about this, and they have full planes and a lot of investors there. The guy said, it's very nice in Cluj. I'm not coming back to Romania anymore. Wow. That was the, at the end the joke. And you said about continuity, about leadership. We are talking also about Craiova. There are the city itself should be proud about having, for example, Ford and all the automotive environment around there. They have companies which have the biggest, for example, as we are proud right now about the cluster in Craiova. For example, in one of the companies there, it's the biggest robots center in Central and Eastern Europe. So whatever is there in this region was not seen before. Unfortunately, it's used at half capacity. You have, for example, again in Craiova, you have Softronic, which built very modern and very interesting trains. Unfortunately, they are in a very big distress because nobody wanted to buy them in Romania. We are very proud of these capabilities that we have about the innovation, about the IT, about everything, but we are Romanians, and everybody in Romania was very happy when the COVID vaccine was approved, but how many Romanians took it at the end? We are proud. I'll give you a very interesting example. We have a company in Romania, I'm working with them. They are innovating. They are the leader of whatever means digitalization, automatization in energy, whatever is gas and electricity. For 10 years, they were not able to pass more than 3.5 million euro turnover in Romania. They went abroad, as Mihaela has done. First project was 10 million. Now they are increasing with between 5 and 10 million euro per year. So we are like an incubator. We are let's say a hub of technology, but whatever we are producing and what was discussed earlier, we are exporting it. Okay. I mean, we don't keep anything here.
Yeah. It's kind of this sort of word entrepreneurship as well. Hugo, coming to you just on the leadership subject. I guess is it becoming more challenging? Because in the last couple of years, it's interesting what you say there, that you know, with the you know, the reluctance to do something that I'm supposed to do, but I would love to do something that's kind of a bit courageous, a bit out of the box. Give me it, I'll do it. Go on, go back.
Only one thing, because we are talking about it. I'm trying to push in Taron, for example, because we are talking also, we can talk about it since 6 months ago, to push whatever it's IT to cloud. They're saying, no, we are afraid of it because we can't control it. So everybody has this, you know, physical feeling. I want to keep the server in my arms, you know?
Well, I guess with that, we just need the success stories and the education, I think Mihaela said, to give people that confidence. I guess that'll take time, but we shouldn't forget the acceleration of this country over the last few years as well. That's pretty formidable, isn't it? Hugo, just on the leadership thing, how have you been managing that, and what's your advice for people? Should we let people free and stop using the terms manager and let people do what they want to do, or do we still need to have that old-fashioned way of running a company?
That's a very good one.
That's the curveball.
Yeah, sure. But prior to answer the question, I like to set up a little bit the scene. So because we're talking, I mean, I'm in a group of business people, and you are talking everybody about digitalization, which is absolutely fabulous. And this is my language, yeah. The idea is the following: we are moving in a very accelerated way to digital world. Yeah, nothing is going to be analog. I mean, it's already, everything is moving to digital. Yeah. Whoever is trying right now to imagine a business without being a digital, it's on the wrong way. It's not in the right movie. Yeah. The world is becoming more and more sensorized. Yeah, we put sensors everywhere, even in the clothes. Yeah, we put everywhere. Yeah, so we are generating a large amount of data. Extremely. I mean, 2 or 3 years, the data are doubling. Yeah, where are those data going? Of course, into the data center. Of course, into the cloud. I heard the word cloud. You're business people. Just a flavor. Whoever is building right now in a company, in an enterprise, in an SME, whoever tried to buy a server is not in the right movie. You should, I mean, everybody, I guess, from this room, of course, but the other rooms never heard, some of them never heard about cloud computing, yeah? So speaking about digitalization is like, this is the future. This is, you know, the essence, yeah? Okay, I wanted to set up because I like what my colleague said, that everything is actually going to digital. About the leadership, I'm a techie guy, so at the end of the day, I'm a little bit I won't say old-fashioned, but from a risk management perspective, I'm very conservative because I love the cybersecurity, first of all. So I could say an expert in this domain. I still have the hands-on capabilities, and in IT, I always try to be a little bit to make a leverage between being innovative, being, you know, like a CEO, risk taker. On the other side, I'm trying, you know, okay, I'm a security guy, I got to be very careful and so on and so forth. I'm not sure if, you know, being a leader has been changed in the nowadays. I don't know if it's about the remote work. I don't know if it is the hybrid work right now. All I know is, for instance, that during the COVID time, everybody, you know, stayed at home. It was not easy to manage the teams, but I was in a position to build a software in 1 year with international team. Everybody was abroad. We didn't met each other. You know, it was that period of time. And I had people from Poland, people from UK, yeah, and we all worked together over the Teams, yeah, over the video conferencing. Of course, we all feel that part of, I got to meet Mihaela, you know, it's everybody because we have, you know, let's have a coffee, stuff like that. What I'm trying to say is that leadership could stay even if you are over behind the screen. It's nothing, I mean, you shouldn't be present to be a leader, yeah. Leadership comes from a different perspectives. Yeah, if you're a leader, you're recognized immediately. Yeah, I'm not sure if this has answered the question, but this is an IT perspective.
That's a good. It's a good quote. Just staying with you because, you know, we'll talk about, just touch on security, because, you know, that horrible expression, the mass resignation is the prediction because of whatever. But with that, I guess, comes, you know, with hybrid working, comes that sense of disengagement from a personal level that you've touched on there, but also the security side of things. I guess everybody over the last 12 months, probably one of the companies that benefited is the laptop companies, because they've sold millions of laptops because people have assumed working from home, I'll give them a laptop and it'll work. I know you have a strong view on this. What's your view on this? Tell us what we should have done.
Well, first of all, I want to touch two flavors. So number one is, yeah, okay, cybersecurity is not the buzz or something. And I guess if you heard about into the news about the Rom Petrol, everybody knows about it. Yeah, it's our first major attack, which has been successfully attacked. Unfortunately, so a company was put down. It was not necessarily impacted. It was not necessarily impacted the operations officially, but they have a lot of damage. Yeah, and this is the first major attack. There were a lot of attacks in this world. So one flavor is I'm going to digitalize the entire society. Romanian, all the world is going to digital, that's for sure. On the other side, the level of attacks, the danger from a cybersecurity perspective is increasing. So basically, we told them wild west. This is a period of wild west from a cybersecurity perspective. So basically, this will not be a blocker to digitalize, but we have to be very careful because we create applications, new services, new IT systems, so on and so forth, but the security somehow remains behind. So this is one of the flavor, because you're a businessman, obviously you have to take care carefully on the cyber. It's not, it could blow up your business. That is a reality, yeah? If you heard about colonial pipeline, ransomware phenomenon, this is absolutely for real, yeah? Absolutely for real. It could, if you're a small SME, you could die tomorrow. If you're I don't know, a retail store, a bank, you could disappear, I don't know, over the night. Maybe not like that, but it's clear you will have a very critical problem with image. One flavor, the second flavor is the following. Yeah, you mentioned about the laptops. Yeah, now there is a concept named virtual desktop interface. I don't see any IT guy here old like me. I mean, young like me.
Is there a look of an IT guy?
But I remember, you know, when I started in 1993, when you, maybe this gentleman, in 1993, when we are operating, you know, the computer was like $2,000, $3,000 US, and an apartment was like 11,000. So there was very expensive, and there was two kind of computers, one with the hard disk drive and another one with hard disk drive. Yeah, the guys which does not the computer without hard disk drive, they were connected actually through the network. So they took the image, the information, the application from the network. Yeah. The idea is in the future, you will take your laptop from the cloud. You will not take your laptop with you. It's exactly all your pictures are not on the phone, are actually into the cloud somewhere. Yeah, this is going to be the same with our computers in the future. Nothing will be kept on premise. And VDI, which is a solution that has been defined, it's already operational in Google and Microsoft, in Amazon and some other providers. Well, I have to say, we are doing the same in cluster power. So basically, I can go, and we're piloting in Craiova for some schools. So we are offering you a $50 box, which have only 4 holes or something. Yeah, like one hole for the monitor, one hole for the mouse, one for the keyboard. And with these 5 doses a delay, yeah, 200 drones, $50. You're connecting to the cloud, and this is the future. In 5 years by now, you're not going to buy, you know, CIO will come to you and say, okay, hey boss, we have to change 10,000 computers. I mean, a bank, and oh Jesus, that's, I don't know, 1 million, 10 million or something. Yeah. No, you just buy boxes and go to the cloud. This is the future. Maybe you're not feeling it right now, but this is the reality. And one of the advantages in here is lack of maintenance. I'm not trying to be, and security as well. Yeah, it's security, because what happened in the pandemic times? We all go when we were isolated in the house. Some banks allowed employees to use their own computers, which is #1 rule in the cybersecurity Bible. Don't use it, man. Now, but even if I'm providing you my laptop owned by the company, you are at risks. So pandemic time, working from home brings some risks, that's for sure, yeah? Obviously you can cover it and blah, blah, blah. But with a VDI, virtual desktop interface, we call them in Cluster Power Cloud Desktop, you can optimize your cost, you can save your security expenses, and there are many, many benefits. I can talk about it later on.
And where can we buy one?
Yeah, $50, no problem. Okay, I can give you for free.
Yunus, and I'm going to come to Mihaela.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about
Yeah.
employer branding with Mihaela, but Yunus.
So leadership, we see them. You have it or you don't have it. So it was a joke related how to identify the leaders. So if you have an issue in a factory or in a room, you have to watch and see where the people goes. And the people will go in a corner, which is a quiet man, very nice, this is the leader. So by days, if you identify them, okay, give them all they needs, pop up, okay? And this is how you can, let's say, help you, because they will help in your business. Related to what Hugo says, it's about risk assessment. So in any kind of systems, anyhow, not just in information management systems, you have to identify your risks and to assess. And after you have this risk assessment, of course, you have to have a multidisciplinary team and try to plan, and he knows already, PDCA, it's that simple, it's 1980s. Yes, plan, do, check, and act. And this is like a spiral.
Continuing.
Yeah, it's in continual improvement. So you have to identify your leaders,
yeah,
support them, and then risk assessment and trying to do it like this.
Okay. My definition of a good leader is somebody that surrounds themselves with people much more cleverer than they are. That's a
yes, when they
and let them speak.
Yeah,
speak. What are you trying to tell me, Mihaela? Mihaela, while you've got the microphone, I want to just touch on this. In terms of what's happened over the last period of time. We talk about employer branding. It's kind of a well-used phrase. But what's happened to employer branding over this period of time? There's a lot of some of the significant names out there that assume their employer branding is still as strong. Is it that strong? Have companies actually suffered internally? Is that going to affect, if they don't readdress the employer branding, that's going to be part of the mass resignation?
So I think that in the past 2 years, people gone mad. Some leaders would say, or leaders got mad, some employees would say. I truly believe that you see a leader in terms of crisis. A leader would adapt quickly, would think about the people, because if you don't have the people, you don't have the business. In terms of employer branding, I think that because of people were very frightened at every level, they brought a lot of emotion to the job. And that meant that they rethinked their everyday life. And that means that a lot of people changed their job, changed their company in the past 2 years. And a lot of people still don't know what they are going to do with their lives. Because when you speak about emotions first, that means that you just take a decision on the spot, not necessarily think about the consequence. So in terms of employer branding, it sounds so big and complicated. It really isn't. If you're a leader who wants to hire good people, you need to do it. You need to show who you are, the true you. If the true you is not good, you need to fix it. And you need to be a leader speaking to people of what it is to work at your company, what can be done together, and what can you provide as value for them, because now you're a hunter also because of the problems. And if you don't do it, you're not going to survive long term. What happened also in these past 2 years, I've seen a lot of fake employer branding campaigns. And some of them went not that good because people talked about that publicly. So you need to be, as I said, honest, true, authentic, and you need to do it. Because people now look more about their everyday life, about their jobs than they did before.
Okay. Okay. Katarina, I'm going to come to you. You touched on earlier, we talked about the short-term mindset. I think that's a global pandemic, if I can use that word. But in terms of return to the hybrid way of working, we talk about the challenges of leadership, leading people from a hybrid perspective. Do you think the boardrooms of this world, now that COVID looks like, I'm hesitating because I'm seeing the numbers in the UK is rising substantially, but let's be optimistic and say that COVID is on its way out. Do you think the leaders in the boardroom, whereas 12 months ago it was, I'm being a bit provocative, excuse me, was like, oh, we've got to think of our people are number one, we need to show the benevolence, we know show the care and let them do what they want to do and do the right thing. And there was legislation mixed up with that recipe. Now the legislation is dissolving. Now COVID is dissolving. Do you think that the attention span of that for the boardroom is going to say, I want everybody back?
Yeah, we shall see, because practically there are exactly two opposite forces right now. Yeah, and still the level of unpredictability right now, it's huge. Okay, we were thinking that we are getting rid of COVID and we went into the, let's say, Ukrainian war. God knows what will happen after. It was I've seen a nice drawing the other day in which they said in April everything will be okay, and then it was a kind of a 4th of July picture with a spaceship above New York. You know, nobody knows what is happening. I mean, if before we were able to do business plans for, I don't know, the next 5 years, which, as everybody was discussing earlier, it's still a very short period. Right now, whatever it's beyond 2 months, it's pure science fiction, and we are in a very aggressive situation from point of view of the inflation, because I'm giving you what everybody sees. For example, the cost of fuel. Yeah, fuel, it's, I don't know, the engine of whatever is happening around us, logistics, businesses, traveling, things like this. We went from $600 per the ton of fuel right now to 1,200. Yeah, whoever wants to get into a plane right now, it's has a second thought always. You know, so I think the whole situation right now, it's boiling. We will see what will happen after this period. And when you talk about people returning to work, there are people that want to return to work because practically they are fed up of staying at home and let's say working 20 hours per day, because if you are entering in call conferences, you are moving from one to the other without
nodding.
Exactly, you don't know when the day has passed. But there are also others that practically they can't move back to work. I mean, I have friends that move from Bucharest, I don't know, to Brașov or to Cluj or wherever. So practically their office right now is at home. They will not be able ever to come back to the office life.
It's a challenge, I guess, bringing people on board as well now, because you've got, in fact, my friend John there, his son has spent the last year of his university online. So he, at some time in the future, is going to go into his first job, where they're going to say, well, usually there's your desk, but they're going to say, well, you don't have a desk. It's a challenge, isn't it? Sort of, bringing people into the family of the organization, getting that loyalty, getting that commitment, getting that engagement, getting that employer branding. It's easier when you've worked with a company for 5 years and then you go home because you kind of missed your colleagues. The branding is in your heart.
It is, but let's think also that the whole movement of this kind of either remote working, either common spaces, it has started before the COVID. All the big companies didn't have, let's say, a nominated seat for someone. Yeah, this has started long time before.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So I guess anybody else got any thoughts on this? Well, yes, sir, you two can have a chat. So I think you're in the same industry. So just introduce yourself and welcome to Romania.
Thank you.
7 months ago.
Well, that's my introduction done. My name is Martin Ford. I'm the CEO of M247 International, and I've been in Romania just for 7 months. So thank you for educating me on a moment-by-moment basis. But one's an observation and then a question around leadership, and specifically around the leadership culture in Romania, which perhaps you can share with me. So on the 35% of our team have joined us in the last 2 years. So roughly 40 people have joined the company and they've never ever been to the office. And so they're not coming back. They've never been. So we have to create a new thing which embraces them and makes them part of the team. But it's this idea of, well, maybe you can come back 3 days a week. Because what are you talking about? I've been 2 years and done no days. So we've got to redefine that environment and also build a team, which is actually pretty challenging because no one's come up with a good idea. So there's that bit, I think. And then the other part of it, on the leadership comments that you made, which I fully agree with everything you said, Maya. But the question is, there was commentary around everybody who's been a strong leader, I'm paraphrasing, leaves the country. So is there a characteristic about Romanian leadership that is not compatible? In other words, to be a strong leader, you have to go somewhere else. What's the? And I'm learning, right? So that's not a.
And just another question on that, Mihaela. We're going to lumber it all, and then I'll see the guys to answer as well. Is that 35% by nature less loyal to the company than the other 65% because of that? There's a question. So you have 3 questions to answer. Do you remember them?
I will try. So I haven't left Romania yet.
You were in Dubai. I saw you on Facebook.
Yes. So I thought that this crisis brought the opportunity for me to expand. I was thinking about it for several years, but I didn't have the courage. And because of COVID, because of online, because of people working remotely, I did it. I expanded to Brussels and to Dubai. And I've seen a lot of people when I've introduced myself and told them I'm a serial entrepreneur, I'm doing all this stuff, which sounded interesting. And when I said I'm from Romania, they was like, At first, I got annoyed. But after that, I understood that this is a work in progress. Because of communication, because of marketing, because people need a lot more people like myself to go in different countries to have success stories and show that Romania has valuable people and can be very, very competitive and a lot of markets, not every market, but in a lot of markets. So it truly depends, I think, at the end of the day, if your business can do amazing things here or can do more amazing things elsewhere. I think, as an entrepreneur.
And Martin, the beer is a lot cheaper in here than it is in
Okay, so we are auditing in 15 countries. I don't know how many owners, leaders, and so on. And in my opinion, leadership is about communication. You have to be a very, very good communicator, because if you are not doing this, you are not a leader. Or you'll be leader at your home. Okay, related to what we discussed here, and Hugo knows, of course, it's a standard business continuity. So this business continuity, I think it's a BS standard, of course, a British standard. And it was, I don't know, probably in 2000, so 20 years ago, issued, first one. And this is what we have to think, how we can continue our business if, and you have to identify, like I said, all these risks. And then to have this assessment risk, and then to have business continuity approach. And this is how we can go forward.
Just a flavor regarding the mass resignation and the working remote. So number one, if you're asking right now a software developer to come to the office, you're not in the right movie. So they're not coming back, that's for sure. It's absolutely, I mean, they could come for a meeting, they could come to discuss, you know, to have just drink a beer or something. Yeah? Software developer could be done. I can work for a US company right now. I can work 8 hours for a Romanian company, another 6 for, I don't know, a UK company, and then for 2 hours for an American. I could be a freelancer. If you are coming right, if you want to hire a software developer and you impose them to work from the office, you're losing them. That's for sure. Only if you have a small kids and you want to come to the office because you can't. But in general, the IT people right now will not come to the office unless it's necessary. Yeah. Besides, honestly, you should not have too much IT employees, because normally you should purchase the service. I mean, normally you should not keep too much IT people in your facilities. And number two, regarding the mass resignation, I read an article in Bloomberg very recently, and they said mass resignation tend not to be as mass as it looks like in the near future. And why is that? Because, you know, look at the economic perspective right now. You know, Fed increased the dobunda. So it looks like we're going to a sort of contraction, economic contraction. We have a war pretty close. And it starts to be I mean, it looks like the mass resignation at least will be stopped as a phenomenon. Yeah. Good. Yeah, Mahela.
I didn't answer all 3 questions. So I just wanted to add that.
How many did you answer?
1.5. So first, I think that you need to be flexible as a leader, and you need to understand, as we say in communication, your target profile. You need to respect their preference and adapt to it, and that would make it work. You cannot now impose anymore employees to tell them you need to work from the office, or you need only to work from remote if they're used to seeing each other, having the same energy in the room. You need to adapt and find solutions and protect yourself, of course. In terms of
this is the advice that my mother gave me when I had 2 young sons. It's kind of a similar thing, isn't it? It's like, you know, allow them to fall over. And I was with a friend of mine last week, and he's got a wonderful 7-year-old boy, and he came into the living room with a pair of shorts on, and I said, "Look at your knees." And he's like, "What?" And the parents were like, "What was?" And they were the most perfect knees I've ever seen in my life. So I pulled up my trousers and showed him my knees. I said, this is what your knees should be like. Should be covered in scars, and that you've got stories about your knees. And it's like, bloody kids are not falling over anymore. They're sitting like that, not falling over. But that's me. Gentleman there, question.
Thank you. So I'm Emil Ivan. I'm coming from a UK group called the Census. We're into BPO outsourcing and helping customers with customer support outsourcing in one of our sites in Bucharest. So quick question about work from home. And basically, you know, there's that famous quote that says that the bulb light didn't come from the continuous improvement of the candle. So it was something completely not new. Now, a second point is that a lot of companies face the pandemic and the work from home situations by simply transposing the office processes onto Microsoft Teams or Zoom. And for some work better and for some work worse, but some of the disadvantages that we see now in work from home are basically coming from the straight point that the processes were not adapted, they were simply transferred over. And I remember in the beginning of the pandemics, there were a lot of companies doing like 10 minutes pre-shifts, post-minutes pre-shifts, and the only purpose of that was only to make sure that people are logging in and, you know, logging out. So I'm curious, what's your take on it? We have like 2 consulting companies, one, you know, very IT-ish, the other one, Dubai, Romania, you know. So I'm just curious, what's your take onto it? Is it like, can we just improve the concept to get to a final product, which, you know, at the end of the line, it's going to be demand and offering, you know, and employers offer, employees demand, or do we need to kind of create a brand new product, which is called work from hybrid home or any kind of product?
This is a communication thing, I guess.
Thank you.
I think that it's very important to find out the need behind the need, because a lot of people say they don't want to come back, for example, and they are not in the majority. So you as a manager probably are going to choose okay, they are going to go back to work, all of them. But I think that a lot of people still don't know how to handle what is happening and what is still happening. And a lot of people are still frightened. So if you can do it, you need to find a specialist who can guide them and help you understand if you can do it in a flexible manner, help you understand how to help them do good for themselves, because if they do good for themselves, they are going to do good for the company also. And if we are still speaking about adapting, I think that the best part is to hyper communicate. So there is no limits to communication in these times. You really need to, as a leader, communicate, ask them truly one-on-one in some teams, get an influencer on board, make him find out some things that you're not going to find out. So it's really complex, the process, because now leaders need to be therapists, managers, financiers, lawyers, I don't know. You need to wear more hats than ever in crisis, but the most important hat, as Ionut said, and I'm very happy because we work with Ionut, the most important part is communication.
And we will work together.
So you need to find the need behind the need, understand it, deal with it, and act accordingly. And if you can't, find out a person who can do it.
Okay, cool.
I hope it's helpful.
I think all of us will be glad when the day comes when we go through a whole day without saying you're on mute. Won't it be nice? We've got a few minutes left. I want to touch on one more subject. It is a very important subject.
Just 4 words.
A quick one. Okay, I'm going to count them.
We start with needs, expectation, requirements, and specification.
There you go. That was 4. That was
And show them why. And show them why, because if they see the brighter future as you did, and they understand why they need to adapt themselves also, and why, so what could happen if they don't, maybe it's going to be easier.
We're getting back into this children thing, and I don't know why, because you have to. Why? Because it's
everything starts with why. Exactly. Everything, and possibly ends sometimes.
I want to squeeze this in at the end, and I should be squeezing it because it's such a fundamental subject. And I just want to sort of touch on this with the panel. Hugo, you touched on it. Seems like ages ago now, but at the start of it, and it's about sustainability. I think over the last few years, it's kind of, well, last 3 or 4 years, it's kind of evolved. It's now at the stage of a strong, desirable, fast going into a necessity for many companies. How important, and you've got a lot of SMEs here, how important is sustainability as part of your USP, as part of your competitive edge out there, not just for your individual company, but for Romania as a whole, through your own experiences? But what's your advice on this?
Well, what can I say? There's some sort of advice that comes from the CIO. So I'm not a businessman. I'm not too much experienced in the SMEs. But again, you should go on digital. This is the first idea. Otherwise, you will not exist anymore in the next years. Absolutely not. Yeah. If you're selling, I don't know, pizza, the case for Domino Pizza, how they increased in the stock market in 2017 or something, they overpassed all the tech giants. And why was that? Because they actually become a tech company, not a pizza company. Yeah. So they were like, just if I remember exactly, they had 800 software developers into the headquarters there, and that was Domino Pizza. So if you are an SME, no matter what you're doing right now, you have to go in digital. If you cannot, I don't know, imagine how to do it. A lot of consulting companies, a lot of proven path you can follow. Yeah, this is the main advice. At the first glance, maybe it's not. Don't record that. Maybe don't take a look too much on the cybersecurity, but just go on digital. Imagine your business into an application. Imagine your business into a platform, into the internet. This is the real world. Yeah, we're going to metaverse, and everybody heard about metaverse. Yeah, I hope we will still broken our knees playing football or doing, I don't know, any kind of playground, than staying. Sorry, but this is the reality. We're going to a metaverse. So SMEs invest in your business, in your ideas, but go to digital.
So so what you're saying, we're kind of transitioning from a product-led world to a service-led world, and a company like a pizza company is actually a logistics company. The product has almost become irrelevant. It's really about the service. I want to come to Catherine first.
Colin,
go on. Okay.
2015, 17 SDGs. Sustainability Development Goals. Everybody knows, I think. Target 2030. So 15 years to go, now just 8. 8. So these are very clear. We established at ONU institution. We have 17 obiective de dezvoltare durabilă, se traduce. So everyone has to go there. You don't have any kind of what kind of chance? 17. So we have Ambasada Sustenabilității, we have Coaliția pentru România Sustenabilă. We are auditing since at least 10 years ago on social checking list. We have integrity checking questions. We have energy management checking questions. We have anti-bribery checking issues. So everything is there.
Okay, but actually, with Catherine, based on what you said, it's all very well having, I won't say legislation, well, I will, but having those, it's a bit like the seatbelt law. I guess everybody in this room wears a seatbelt when they go driving. And the question is why do you wear a seatbelt? Do you wear a seatbelt because it's the law, or do you wear a seatbelt because it's going to protect you in an accident or your children in the back seat? So do we have to move on from this? You're working with Tarom. I guess the environment is a huge selling point, but how do we get it to be from the heart rather than because we have to? Have we got a long way to go on this? Not Tarom specifically, but generally.
The seatbelt initially you were wearing because of the law. Then you understood that it was a safety measure. I think right now sustainability is a challenge. Sustainability is a challenge because of the level of predictability. And we are moving, and I absolutely agree with that, we are moving from brick and mortars to digitalization, to the brand issue and things like this. But it will be very, very difficult in the very next period. The whole globalization right now, because of the Ukrainian war, it's a challenge. It's a nightmare. We are looking at businesses in which, okay, you have a brand, the most powerful brand in the world, and we are going to IT, for example, again right now, and we are saying, okay, now we need microchips. Sorry, guys, it will take 12 months to bring something from China. So whatever its brand right now, whatever it doesn't have also the component of brick and mortars, it will struggle for the next period. I've seen last week, the United States announced a $53 billion program to build microchips in the United States. Yeah, so everybody is realizing somehow, okay, we went in this direction, everything was produced in China, everything it's global, you can move it from here to there in 2 weeks. Now it's another type of reality. It's another type of reality. We are from a geopolitical point of view, for example, in a country in which we are stuck again with the petrol. Everything was coming either from Russia, either through the Black Sea. Nobody's going through the Black Sea anymore because they are a friend of mines. So, okay, you don't have, I think Europe in general and whatever has happened in the last year were very good, let's say, from the perspective of transforming Europe into a very nice thematic park with castles and landscapes and everything, but pushing the whole industry outside Europe, it's a big risk right now.
Okay, Mihaela, from a purely commercial perspective, is this, the title is about Romania's perspective on competitive power. What's your advice for the people? This thing about sustainability, the environment, it's happening more and more. Sometimes it's now going to be on a tender list that you have to show your reality on it. Where are we on it? What's the advice on this to everybody?
So it depends on who to advise. So I think that authorities need to make them rules before they need to happen for people to prepare, understand, and plan now, communicate later. Because if we don't understand that what happens now in any part of the world after what happened, it has a big effect on us, we are not going to survive. So we really need to think that everything can happen. What are my liabilities, my sensible spots, and to plan accordingly, because anything can happen. The last 2 years shown us that.
But shouldn't we, somebody told me about with my golf game, because my golf game was going nowhere. And a coach told me, just focus on your own game. Forget about what everybody else did.
No.
Is this a secret in terms of sustainability, is to create your own profile as an organization, whether it's Talaron, whether it's the Nickel Consultant? What do we need to do? Or are we ignoring it?
So I think that to have success in everything that you do, you need to have the data. You need to do the research. It's not enough anymore. You need to understand the context, and you need to see the other contexts before they happen. That means innovation, actually. So you need to forecast what could happen to your industry, and there are specialized companies for that. And to make a plan and prepare for the future, 10 years, 50 years, you will thrive if you plan thinking about the future and thinking about what others are not thinking in the moment.
But Hugo, it can't be just a task. It has to be from the heart as well. Otherwise, when you stand in front of a potential customer and talk about your sustainability and your care for the environment, they're going to see straight through it. So it has to be from the heart. Okay. One final quick question. If we've got yes, sir. It has to be a very quick one.
for all the panelists, can you try a quick and dirty SWOT analysis based on Ukraine war?
Okay, do you mind this? Who's going to do the SWOT analysis? So strengths, I guess we've touched on that, I guess.
We can help them a lot. We can help us a lot.
Yeah. Okay. Weaknesses. It's a hell of a question at this time of the day.
I think it's a strong opportunity right now for Romania to become a pillar in this area.
Okay, you've just answered Mihaila's question. Opportunity.
And to become more independent and to think about what other things can we produce ourselves.
Cool, very cool. Hugo, you have to outdo that one.
Well, it's a very tragic moment we are living, and it's very sad. And well, I wouldn't say it could happen to us, but at least in cybersecurity, this is really happening to us as well. But it's a very tragic situation, and we have to learn our lessons. I think from a political level, economic level, there are a lot of lessons for everybody, including the energy transition and the energy situation. And thanks God, we are depending only, I don't know, 15% from the Russian gas, but it's a sad and tragic moment.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And I'm sure our thoughts and prayers are with everybody there, and amazing job for, if I say amazing job, amazing gesture, I think for Romania is the way that they've really sort of brought people into the house, literally brought people in the houses as well. Again, it's another, for me, it's another opportunity to say how wonderful this country is. Nice way, nice sort of somber way to finish, but Ionuț, Catalin, Mihaela, and Hugo, thank you so much. We're bang on time. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. If you could give them a round of applause for the. So we're going to take a lunch break, and we're back here at 2 p.m. I think, with my colleague Neil McGregor. Neil. Welcome here. Neil is the Vice Chairman of the British Romanian Chamber of Commerce. He's going to be taking the microphone from 2 o'clock. You've got the opportunity, lunch, a bit more networking. I know there's already some networking going on anyway. So please enjoy. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and see you at 2 o'clock. And if you could just wait there for a quick photograph. Hello.
Hello.
Hi there. Sorry, I thought we were live or something and we couldn't speak yet.
Not yet, Madalina just called to check if we received the links for connection, and now I see that everything is okay, and they will follow with.
Okay.
I got mine about a minute ago, so.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi, Anna. Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you? We meet again.
Long time no see. We meet again. Yeah. Haven't seen each other for a bit long.
Nick and I haven't seen each other for a very long time. It's not right at all.
Yeah. So though love is still strong between
The love is always there, and will always be there.
Yeah.
Sorry, Bogdan. We have known each other for a long time. I promise.
Yeah, no problem. Hi, everyone. How are you?
Hi, Bogdan.
Hello.
Hi,
Just
Cosmin.
waiting for the show to start.
So, Cosmin, you're clearly from EY.
Yeah.
Are you in London though, or in Bucharest?
No, I'm from the global trade team in Bucharest.
Ah, okay. Okay, cool.
Anwar, it seems we are enjoying a pretty lovely weather today, except the wind is blowing like hell.
I know, it's mad, the weather. And what climate change? What climate change? Any climate deniers are not welcome.
I'm still waiting, that promise to be fulfilled with Mediterranean weather in the UK.
Yeah, it's kind of gone the wrong way.
Yeah.
Nick, where are you? Are you in Cyprus?
I'm in Cyprus. I'm in
Oh,
Cyprus.
nice. You see, he's got lovely weather.
Which now we have a lovely weather. A week ago, it was like in March, it was like I was in Romania, and I thought, what's happening here? Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Mm.
But I'm going to Romania before the week before the Easter. So Săptămâna Mare. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Nice. Right.
What's the temperature in Cyprus now?
It's in high 20s, so 27, 28, drops below 20, 15 in the night, but during the day is lovely.
It's a perfect time to visit.
Perfect to visit.
Yeah. Now, just before the high summer and after high summer are the best time to visit Cyprus from all aspects.
Well, I've been threatening to come and see you for ages.
Yeah, please do.
It's about time.
I think your dad missed you also.
Yeah, he is missing me. I haven't seen him for nearly 3 years now because of COVID.
Yeah. I haven't been in UK for 2 years now. I mean, I'm overdue a trip there. But.
Yeah. Bogdan, you know that Nick has met Dan Mihalake, the ambassador.
Yeah.
I was about actually to ask him about.
Yeah, because he's in Cyprus. I didn't realize.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm the Romanian Chamber of Commerce chairman, and I have met him recently.
Mm-hmm.
And we agreed to have a lunch soon and talk about. I have to say I was impressed with the embassy in Cyprus. I didn't think, but I was impressed that we needed some documents in last December, and they were really quick. I was really impressed.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he is a very special person, so
yes.
I'm sure you have so many things to share with him.
Yeah. No, it's very fond of Dan. So when I go out, I'm gonna see them all, I think.
Yeah. A lot of
what's that, Chair?
Cosmin, we can see your presentation on the screen.
It's only the presentation?
We can see us on the side and the presentation.
Yeah.
But no, it's not the only, you can see the notes side as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I think you need to, one of the, you're right, we can see everything.
But I have no notes. I mean.
But it's a shame not to see the full slide, isn't it? Have you tried one of the icons underneath? Screen? No.
Has anything changed now?
No. So you can see whether you've got the 3 dots at the bottom. There's a box.
Yeah.
There's a box next to the 3 dots. No, sorry, to my left, probably your right. I can't tell. To
It's
the left.
Right, but
No. So come out of that of the 3 dots. Exactly, those icons at the bottom. So what are they? No, that's different. What's the one that's like a full box? That one. What's that one?
This?
No, the other one next to it.
Toggle subtitles.
Oh no, that's no good. No. Okay. I don't know what to say.
What about the display settings on the top?
Try that.
Yeah, swap present the view with yeah, that one maybe.
I have only 2 slides. It's okay. I mean,
if you go get to display side, where they say swapped view with the presenters, you go to display settings again. Yeah.
This?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it better now?
Yes. Now we can see only one slide.
Okay.
That's better. Yeah.
That's better.
Right. Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we do.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Well done for surviving lunch. I'm Neil McGregor, Vice Chair of the Chamber. I'm trying to emulate the excellent job done by my colleague, Colin Lovering, in this morning's sessions. I'm very pleased to be moderating this afternoon's panel, which is bigger than you think. I'm pleased to say we have... Bigger than you see. Right. So joining us in person in Bucharest, we have the Chamber's newest director, Dan Schwartz of RSM. And we have, can I say La Mulsanne for the new tax year?
You can.
For those of you who are UK taxpayers, Michael is ex-Inland Revenue, and yesterday was the first year of the new UK tax year, but you're going to cover other things apart from tax. So joining us in the UK, we have a stellar panel. Ladies first, we have Anne-Marie Martin, who is the Chamber's former chief executive, our founding chief executive, who now runs the global network of British Chambers of Commerce for the British Chambers of Commerce, which you can see there. Joining us also, another member of the Chamber, Nicholas Georgiades, who is one of our oldest directors and who runs Alison Hayes. We have Cosmin Dinka from Ernst & Young, and Cosmin is in Bucharest. And we're particularly pleased to have Bogdan Mihailescu, a very old friend of the Chamber, who is commercial counsel, is that the correct term, Bogdan? With the Romanian Embassy in London.
Yeah.
So welcome all. What we're going to do in this particular session, and I should say, looking around the room, we've had some casualties at lunch.
Oh.
But my experience of hosting online events for the Chamber, which are online, is that we have a multiple of people joining us on Facebook. And we are also on Facebook today, and it's being recorded, so bear that in mind. I thought I was impressed where we had 20 people in a Zoom call and 100 with us on Facebook. I'm told that this afternoon we have hundreds of people watching us on Facebook. So welcome to you on Facebook. If you have questions on Facebook, please post them and we'll try and monitor those and pass those through. If you're in the room, please stand up and put your questions. Now, what we'll be doing, we have two presentations. The first one is from Cosmin, and the second one is from Dan. I propose to have the presentations first, and then we'll enter into a discussion. And I'd like you to think now about the importance in these circumstances of having strong and performing businesses, and how the international links for trade and investment between the UK and Romania can help to make strong performing businesses. We all know what's happening next door, and we all deplore that. We're not in a position to support our Ukrainian friends unless our own businesses are strong and performing. Prosperity is what's going to win this particular battle. And here, our job is to make all our businesses prosperous so we can do the right thing for those less fortunate than us. And on that basis, I'm going to invite Cosmin to give your presentation. Cosmin.
Thank you very much, Neil. Hello to all the panelists and the participants once again. I'm happy that during my 10 minutes presentation, I can share with you the most important challenges faced by the EU and UK traders from a customs perspective as a result of Brexit from the EY practice. I don't know if you can see the presentation.
Not yet.
Okay. I think now it's okay. So 1st of January.
Not yet, I'm afraid. We see you. Now, just a bit, we'll come back. I'm sure we've had some very good technical support so far.
So I shared the presentation, but now I can see that on your screen it's
yep,
okay.
we can hear you, and I think it's just being brought up at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Nope, there we are. It's up. You're up.
Okay. So 1st of January 2021 signaled the full reintroduction of customs procedure and inspections of border between the EU and the United Kingdom. Full Brexit exposed traders from both EU and the UK to customs formalities and duties. So during 2021, such traders had the time to face the challenges, to adjust to the new processes, and why not benefit from certain easements applicable on both sides. From a Romanian-UK trade perspective, what we have seen in practice during 2021 is industries such as the textile industry, the furniture, the steel, the automotive, the construction industry, dealing with additional regulatory customs obligation for the first time. For example, submission of customs declaration, full declaration in the EU, deferred declarations in the UK, computation or reassessment of preferential origin to benefit from customs duties preferences that are granted based on the EU-UK Free Trade Agreement. For EU exporters, it's been more challenging since they also had to obtain certain authorizations, such as the REX number, in order to be able to self-declare the origin of the products they exported to the UK. In lack of deferment mechanism or exemption from import duties, some traders faced additional costs with custom duties, with brokerage services costs, with VAT, or with excise duties. Also on the EU side, the non-tariff barriers were applicable. For example, traders were put in the position to obtain import licenses or authorizations, or apply for the specific tariff quotas, for example, in case of trading of steel in the steel industry. So now let's see what's next in 2022 from this perspective. This year brings tougher border controls in the UK, as well as tighter rules of origin, therefore increasing bureaucracy. From 1st of January this year, a full customs declaration is to be submitted for goods arriving in the UK from the EU, the so-called pre-lodged, before any goods enter the UK from the EU, apart from Ireland. So UK traders can no longer delay the filling in of full customs declarations as before, as in 2021. That 175 days delay was removed this year. So, for example, imports of foods such as milk, eggs, vegetables will need to be pre-notified in the UK special systems before the shipment takes place. Also, from 1st of July this year, food products will be subject to even more controls in the UK from a sanitary veterinary perspective. Also, from an origin perspective, where the UK exporter cannot issue a statement of origin based solely on the production or manufacturing criteria for their work on the goods alone. Declarations from their own suppliers about the origin of the components of the goods must be held before the exporter issues the overall statement of origin for its finished products. So this is very important, given that it's something new happening this year, and that EU customs authorities may challenge the correctness and the accuracy of the origin of the products coming from the UK to the EU. Another interesting fact that we have seen lately, which can positively impact the trade of steel products between Romania and UK, is that recently, as a result of the situation in Ukraine, the EU has banned the imports of steel products originating in Russia and Belarus. So as a result, in order to limit the occurrence of a shortage of steel products on its market, the European Union has proportionally redistributed these specific volumes of tariff quotas, which were initially granted to Russia and Belarus, to other exporting countries, including the UK, of course. So in conclusion, we expect an increase of the supplies of steel products coming from the UK to the EU, including Romania, since for sure traders of the steel industry will wish to benefit from the 25% customs duty relief granted based on the UK specific quota. So, in conclusion, this was my presentation and what I wanted to share with you from our EY experience as global trade advisors in Romania. I'm available for any questions afterwards, or if during the discussions.
Thank you, Cosmin. I think it's fair to say that in international trade, there's always something new. And whether it was coping with Brexit or coping with the sanctions that are being applied at the moment to countries to the east of us, there's always something to take account of.
Yeah,
and I think
that's right.
Yeah, we'll cover questions if you'll stay with us. We'll cover questions when we get into the main part of the panel. Dan, I think you also have a presentation for us.
Yes, I do. It's not a very complex one, because the meeting today is a meeting between business people. I'm just a consultant, you know, and tax advisor, and people like me are used to talking about their profession a lot. And sometimes we can become a little bit boring for the audience, but I try to avoid such situations. My presentation today is about the double taxation treaty concluded between the UK and Romania. I think you can I have it on the screen? As you can see on the screen, it was signed on 18th of September 1975. So it is one of the oldest double taxation treaties that Romania has concluded with Western countries. The problem with this convention is the one that you can see on the screen. Actually, it is not a problem, it is a question. And the question is very important because, as you know, it is said that we cannot escape debt and taxation. About that we can be sure, but about taxation we can find some solutions, not to escape, not to evade, not to avoid, but just to manage our taxes internationally. The double taxation conventions. Not yet. It works slower than my computer. Okay. The double taxation conventions commonly cover taxes on income and capital, and they are applicable to all persons, either natural or legal. The scope is not only to avoid double taxation, but to avoid double non-taxation, which means not to pay taxes in both countries, and to prevent tax evasion. And in the end, the scope of such a convention is to improve international businesses, international commercial relationships between countries. Conventions are useful for both the governments and taxpayers. Why are they useful for governments? Because as it can be seen, and it is very well known, a double taxation convention can can support governments to avoid or to fight tax evasion. Why is it good for taxpayers? Because if a double taxation convention is correctly drafted, it can improve businesses and can support taxpayers in saving taxes. When I say in saving taxes, I mean to avoid paying tax twice on the same revenue. Romania has concluded more than 76 double taxation treaties. In fact, there are currently about 90. And this treaty that we are talking about today was signed in 1975 when Romania was a communist country. with a closed, less functional economy. As you know, Romania today is a market economy which functions. Okay, sometimes there are some difficulties, but in general, the Romanian economy can be called a market economy. And this is in fact the problem, because it was signed a very long time ago. The double taxation treaty, UK-Romania, shows tax rates and clauses which are less favorable today than the domestic legislation in both countries, in Romania and in the UK. The consequence is obvious. The double taxation treaty, Romania-UK or UK-Romania, the way call it the way you like it, has become obsolete, and it's very difficult to apply it. In practice, what happens is to apply the domestic legislation instead of the provisions of the double taxation convention, which is not normal when it is such a convention is in place. We can apply the domestic legislation because the Romanian tax code expressly stipulates that when a domestic provision is more favorable to the taxpayer than the provision as in the treaty, that more favorable provision will be applicable. And this approach is confirmed by the Constitution of Romania, which says that Romania has engaged to respect all the international treaties to which it is a part of. And because the double taxation treaty is an international treaty concluded and accepted by Romania, the provision of the treaties should prevail over the domestic legislation. But what can be done when the provision as in the treaty are worse than the provision as in the domestic legislation? Is not logical. Is not normal. I choose from the treaty just a few articles that illustrate what I'm saying. Dividends. Everybody knows that dividends are very important for businessmen, for business people, and for companies. Of course, the taxation of dividends is very important. According to the treaty, dividends should be taxed either 10% if a company owns more than 25% of the voting power in a company, or 15% in all other cases. The Romanian tax code stipulates that there is only a flat tax on dividends in Romania applicable to everybody, 5%. Why to have a double taxation treaty in place when the domestic legislation is more favorable? It's meaningless. The treaty becomes meaningless. Then, interest, again, another passive income, which is very important, not only for banks, but for all businesses, and especially for businesses that are international and that are capable of financing their overseas companies through intercompany loans. The treaty stipulates 10% tax on dividends. The tax code stipulates 16%. In this case, the domestic legislation is not better than the treaty. But when it is about individuals, the tax code stipulates the same 10% tax on interest, withholding tax on interest. So the treaty has the same or shows the same tax rate as the tax code. Royalties, very important in our days, when everybody deals with different kinds of rights, and there are really huge revenues being collected from such payments, which are called royalties. The treaty shows a 15% tax on that should be withheld in Romania on the gross amount of royalties. The domestic tax code stipulates 16. There is only 1% difference. When it is about to royalties paid to individuals, the tax rate in the tax code is 10%, and it is lower than the treaty tax rate. Commission it's the kind of income that has been included in the treaty because the treaty is very old. The modern treaties have excluded commissions from the scope of the conventions, and commissions are treated as business profits, and they are taxed only in the country of residence of the recipient of the payments. The Romanian tax code stipulates 16% on commissions. The convention 12.5%, which is a lot, and it is a meaningless withholding tax. There are arguments, I think, for the renegotiation of the treaty. We cannot continue to do international business between Romania and the UK if we keep the treaty in the form we can see today. The treaty is old. The rates are less favorable than the domestic rates. Other provisions in the treaty are less favorable than the domestic provisions. So why to keep it? The way it is? Especially when Romania has changed and its economy is really interesting for UK businesses. The last, but not the least, argument is that after Brexit, the more favorable tax legislation which is applicable within the European Union it will not be applicable to the UK. This is because of Brexit, of course, but to me it doesn't matter whether the UK is or is not a member of the European Union. If we want to do business between our countries, we should advocate a reasonable level of taxation in all international transactions. This is why one of the way the treaty can be renegotiated is to mutually accept that the more favorable EU tax provisions to be applicable in the business relation between the UK and Romania. And finally, it is I don't know, maybe a request to our governments to collaborate, and if they want to really support the business communities, and not only to accept the idea that such an important convention should be renegotiated, rediscussed, and redrafted, and should be brought to our days from the past when it was concluded. Thank you for your attention. If you have questions, I'm here to answer them.
Thank you very much indeed, Dan. So those are the formal presentations. Now, your panel includes one person who has a business making things, and that is Nicholas Georgiades. And Nicholas, I believe you're manufacturing in Romania for sales into the UK and elsewhere.
Correct.
I think you're the person probably to start off the discussion to say, how have you made a success of your business coming to Romania to make things for the UK?
Correct. And this started in '94. Alison Hayes came in Romania in '94. We are manufacturing, or until the pandemic, we are only manufacturing fashion. So designing in UK, selling in UK, manufacturing in Romania. And we've got plans. We've got 2 plants in Romania and now in Moldova. Up until 2 years ago, we're only doing fashion, and this changed with the pandemic, and we entered in the manufacture of medical consumables, from masks, protective equipment, etc. When we entered Romania back in '94, we had 3 goals. Okay, we have said invest in local talent. Okay, invest in local associates, and BRCC at that time was a very big help. A lot of the associates that we have now are people that we met during those times. And then third, we said invest in the community, because you cannot be in a country for good if you don't recognize what is there, don't recognize the problems, support, and give something back. So we had these 3: invest in local people, and I will suggest to everybody that will choose to associate with Romania from Britain to invest in local talent. There is plenty of skills here, and they know what they're doing, and this helped us in when the pandemic started, because as you all remember, nobody was buying clothes back in March of 2020. So suddenly our industry was finished in a night. Shops were closed. British retailers were not receiving any collections, any deliveries. Everybody went home. And it's times like that that the 3 things that I have said helped us: local talent, good local associates and partners, and local community. Our people, instead of sitting at home waiting for something to happen, they were thinking, okay, there's a pandemic now. What is the opportunities? What we can do, how we can turn this around. And they suddenly, from not knowing anything about medical consumables, we got in 90 days, with everybody at home, an ISO in medical production. Obviously, we had a lot of background in our industry, and from YouTube videos, we ordered and sourced equipment, and adapted and started with the protective equipment for the pandemic. That time, because we had good local associates, like insurance companies, like distributors, etc. They took us by the hand. They guide us to a new industry for us, and help us. And up until that moment, we were only exporting. So we knew our industry well. We knew export well. We knew UK well, UK market. We didn't know at that time Romanian market. And again, that's where good local associates, people that we were associated until now on other trades, they supported us, guided us through, taught us, people that were making our labels, suddenly they were making our marketing material, etc. So So these people stood by us to this big change of not be able to sell anything in fashion, going 24 hours, 7 shifts in producing protective equipment. And third was the local community, because when we entered Romania, we thought we're going to support our local community, we're going to support people around us, we're going to give back. Okay, at that, when we needed them, they were there also, and they were the small businesses around us, the community around us, supported us, helped us, gain the trust of the people and the people in Romania, which they knew us as manufacturers and exporters at that time, but they had zero experience for us as supplying or buying anything from us. So from 20 and though the last 25 years have been very good and very successful with doing business between Romania and UK. Romania has a strong industry, has strong logistics, and has strong relationship with UK. So doing business between the country, especially after EU, it was really easy. So at the moment, though, that it was challenging, that everybody was closed and everybody was furloughed for weeks, is where the strength of your company shows. And you have said, Neil, during difficult times, and you made the reference on what is happening next to us now, and we need a strong and performing business. I will say, going back to these 3 things, again, like your local talent, your partners, and community, and things like logistics now that you can find from your local partners are so important. It was hard enough after COVID to get logistics, to get to bear the cost of logistics. It was bad enough after Brexit to be able to send goods into UK. Now, with the limitations of what the war is bringing, what the invasion is bringing next to us, local partners, local associates, strong relationships are things that will be so important in surviving this crisis. And I, just before the pandemic, we are always saying that in every challenge there is an opportunity, and this used to be like a saying, in small chit chats, and hoping that may come through sometime, but it happened, and it happened in very dark times, like the first couple of years of COVID, which was so challenging. The fact that we had invested in people, invested in associates, and again, I say about the help of British Romania Chamber of Commerce, the British Chambers of London, COPCOE, that had all these help us developing strong relationships that help us. I think this is my main message. I'm happy to get into any other detail during the questioning time.
Thank you, Nicholas. I think when I'm asked for an example of how to take a challenge and make it into an opportunity, you're the first person who comes to mind, because you, I think, have taken your company that was producing in Romania for the UK market, you've changed your product market, you changed your geographical market. And that, I think, is an example to all of us as to how we can grow prosperity in the face of challenges. Are there any of the things that have been raised by Cosmin Linker from EY in his presentation, or from Dan Schwartz in his presentation of the tax situation, that have been a challenge for you? Or are there any other challenges you've had to deal with that you think would be useful for other people to know about who are considering both investing in Romania from the UK and also in selling into the UK from Romania?
Look, good consultancy, good support is very, very important. Obviously, with the Brexit challenges and the taxations that they were imposed overnight, we are all celebrating that that an agreement happened between EU and Britain, and then suddenly the morning came and we realized that there is tax on everything, so or nearly everything. So obviously support from the likes of UI and other consultants is really important. I mean, especially on our fashion art, we have taken a lot of consultancy because it's so complicated, and again, if you've got early advice on what is coming, and you react, then you're going to have the edge. Also, when we change the product, because also with the medical, the primary market was Romania, but we also exported to UK, but also to other European countries. So advice on this was essential. So I will not stop highlighting and focusing on the fact that you cannot do business, especially in a foreign country or a country you don't know, or in a new market, and think you know everything, or you can download everything. I know that cost is important, but advice is going to be cheaper at the end, because it's going to guide you correctly, and you have to have, again, good partners to advise you on all these matters, and somebody to turn to, and I will not stop focusing that. Is so important.
Thank you very much. Now, I know you've
one remark, Neil. At the European level, treaties have been concluded after Brexit between the UK and the European Union. But at the bilateral level, I think there is a lot of room for improvement. And this is very important, because when you try to build a business which is capable of functioning in both countries, you need to match legislations, and you cannot do that without the involvement of the government. And the government doesn't do its work without pressure from the business community. So in my opinion, business people, companies, and business organizations like BRCC should lobby the government just to get the support we need from them. And it's not easy, I know that. But if you don't do it, probably everybody will lose. It's true. Consulting companies are important. They can be of help, but they cannot change the law. The law can be changed only by politicians. So this is why, Neil, we as the board of the chamber should advocate in favor of a free trade between Romania and the UK.
This is why it's important to join the chamber. The chamber can help you. Now, we've heard about the importance of having good consultants and also having the state getting involved as well. Now, I'm going to give Michael and Bogdan a chance to think about that. And I'm going to go next to Anne-Marie from the British Chambers of Commerce and our former chief exec in the BRCC. She's not a consultant, but I've had a great help from her in her advice to me in my time in the chair. And I'm really pleased to be working with her still with regard to our membership in the chamber of the global network of British Chambers of Commerce around the world. Anne-Marie.
Hello, Neil. Thank you. What's my question? What's my exam question, Neil?
Your exam question.
Sorry, I'm going to make up my own exam question. Don't worry. I suppose it's it's amazing to first of all hear from Nick, because I always cite Alison Hayes as a brilliant example of an extraordinary responsible investor. And we talk increasingly around purpose in business and the purpose agenda. And I think it's really impressive what Alison Hayes and other British organizations like his, some of the people that he works with in Romania and other parts of the world, how it is about that sort of, yes, you reap the rewards, but you also invest in the local communities to ensure that there's legacy and continuity and sustainability in what you're doing and what it means for that country. And long may that culture continue. And I think this is something that British companies are really, really good at. They are very good at investing responsibly around the world, and Romania is no exception. I think I just want to be a little bit reflective. So we're here on the front line. British Chambers of Commerce is the second largest business representative organization in the UK. We're in the top 5. We represent something like 80,000 businesses, predominantly in the SME sector, of which 60,000 are in the UK and about 20 are around the world. And that combination is, 53, our members are the 53 large UK regional hub chambers, the national chambers in the UK, and our incredible growing international network of British chambers around the world, of which the BRCC is a member. And we're now 76 British international chambers and counting. And really our role is on the one hand, that representative piece and actually representing the views of business and the needs of business on the front line to government. That is probably our primary purpose. And it's to government and having that voice in the media and ensuring that conversation happens all the time and that we put pressure on to improve the business environment. And we are blessed to have a sort of international network that is able to actually input into our policy development, particularly around international trade. So the BCC, the British Chambers, have been around, we've been around for over 150 years. It's actually almost 160. Our network of UK chambers has been around, some of them a lot longer. And really, international trade is at the heart of what we do, alongside a few other things, but it really is at the heart of what we do. Probably our jewel in the crown, and where we really can lend absolute substance to the work and the representation work that we do, is our state-of-the-art survey capability. We run, Neil will know this, we run the UK's largest independent economic survey, the quarterly economic survey, which is actually cited and the findings of which are used by various institutions, including government, including the Bank of England, in its forecasting. So we really get fantastic independent data from around 6,000 businesses per quarter response, which is very, very high globally. So we really do get to understand and hear what the challenges are, what the problems are that are coming down the line, and that helps to form, on the one hand, our policy development, but also our thought leadership and some of the products and services for our network and for businesses as a whole. But there is a bit of a reality check at the moment. I've heard about some of the challenges being cited already, and actually it was really good to hear from Cosmina around the whole rules of origin and customs changes and the new relationship with the European Union in terms of the TCA, and perhaps some of the challenges that also need to be addressed that Dan mentioned as well just now. But the reality is, and I think one of the exam questions was around Romania's continued attractiveness to UK exporters or investors. And I think we all know that exporting is really, really important. Foreign direct investment is really important. But firms in the UK, I think we have to acknowledge, are facing some of the toughest economic conditions, as they are around the world. But I can only speak for UK companies in terms of our research. But there are rising costs of doing business. This is leading to that sort of pressure, further pressure on the economic indicators. Cash flow, investment are the obvious ones. Last month, I don't know whether you picked up, but we published figures from our Business Outlook survey, which showed something that 73% of firms were raising their prices in response to those rising costs. And we all know why that's happened. You know, we've had the new trading relationship, the TCA, so the end of that transition period. We've had COVID in the middle of that, and now we have the war in Ukraine. So that is clearly hitting many price hikes for both individuals and businesses. We've been speaking to quite a few companies. I mean, the reality is that, you know, they're telling us that, for example, their energy costs are skyrocketing. For example, one small manufacturer that's talked to us is facing something like 120% increase in costs, and another offered a month-to-month deal with costs increasing from 15,000 to 90,000 per month. So, and now we've got the hike in national insurance as well that announced this week. So it's tough out there. It is tough out there. So however attractive markets around the world are, there is a reality around the sort of companies' continued propensity and capability and capacity to actually grow their businesses internationally. Having said that, as I said, you know, supporting those firms to trade internationally is the core activity of the Chamber network. And again, I'm hoping that some of you will have noticed that we launched a trade manifesto in January, and that trade manifesto is really our very loud and proud voice for this extraordinary global network that we have. And what I mean by global is our national and international network combined, that is there, that is supporting on the front line, that is doing, you know, really a great job of trade facilitation, trade promotion, trade support, but also it outlines our asks of UK government in terms of improving the international trade environment. And that has had a lot of visibility around the world. And we've been very, very proud of that work. So for our part, we're doing what we can absolutely to continue to encourage international trade, but it's tough. There are tough times. And as has already been said, in fact, I used to have a brilliant business mentor who always said to me, never waste a crisis, because of course, in crisis, there is always opportunity. And I have firsthand witnessed both chambers in our network as well as the businesses in their membership pivoting what they do. And Nick has talked about that already, about pivoting as a business in a sector that really was impacted immediately overnight. And it could have gone very badly wrong, but they found a way of pivoting. And I've seen that time and time again in the network, and chambers being at the sort of core of supporting that transition. And supporting being a voice for how do we deal with those big challenges? What are the big challenges coming down the road? We haven't even talked about ESGs. We haven't even talked about the climate challenge, equity, diversity and inclusion, all, you know, the fight for global talent. There are so many things out there that are compounding business in its ability to do business. But I think actually Nick mentioned it. If you know what's coming down the line as a business, and I saw this when I was CEO of the British Romanian Chamber of Commerce, it was a difficult business environment in those days, wasn't it, Nick? It really was a difficult environment. But actually, as long as business knows and has certainty and understands, it can adapt, it can be agile, it will deal with it, and it will continue to do business. And I feel that that's probably what we will see going forward. And hopefully you'll agree with that. Thank you, Neil.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. Do you believe that there are things that the Chamber can do? You've heard from Dan about the problems with the double taxation treaty. Do you think this is something that the Chamber network can lobby in the UK to make a change?
Absolutely, potentially. And this is what I said, Neil, you know, we if we hear from you, we can take on board the challenges, and particularly if it's a network wide or it relates to several chambers around the world. To do that in a united voice is always very, very helpful. And absolutely lobbying the local national governments as well at the same time, and the EU. You know, there are various, we work with strategic global international trade partners international partners for that. It is definitely the age of collaboration. I would say, basically putting together the strengths of various organizations to together try and realize some of these objectives and challenges is definitely the way forward. It always should have been, but if there's ever any time where it should be, it's now.
I've been struck by how many people I've come across within the BCC who've come from a government background in the UK.
Yeah.
Or elsewhere. So you have people at very high level who have
Absolutely.
the connections.
Business, at very high level business and government. Yes, absolutely. We sit at the heart, we are plugged in at the heart of government. We have weekly meetings with the Secretary of State, monthly with the Chancellor. I sit on various DIT committees, as does our head of trade, who you know, Neil, William Bain, a very high profile individual in his own right. We are at the heart of every department.
Thank you very much. And I think I'd say also, I've been struck by how agile this is. And there's a chat group on WhatsApp between the various chambers. And messages came in this morning from one of the chambers asking for input upon particular issues, and with a response that comes back immediately.
Absolutely.
So again, this is what's available to you as members of this Chamber of Commerce, through our colleagues in the other chambers as well. Anne-Marie, thank you very much. Please stay with us as long as you can. I'm going now, because we've had a discussion about consultants and the importance of good consultancy, to Michael McNair of Forum.
Thank you very much, Neil. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I have a consultancy business here in Romania, in Bucharest, which has been going for about, shall we say, just over 2 years now. It was typically just in March 2020, just before the pandemic, when I started it. Then for personal reasons, I had to return to the UK for 4 months, sorry. Couldn't get a flight home. And of course, it was very difficult, and I was very concerned, and as people have already said, about challenges and also make the best of a crisis. So I used that time, my downtime there, to actually do the research, do some connecting as well. And of course, I kept in touch with the British Romanian Chamber as well. I can't say anyone, but everyone was very, very helpful and giving general advice over to me there. So my business is, as I say, in consultancy. So it's Forum Financial Advisory Training Solutions. It's corporate and criminal law consultancy. It's also basically financial crime training. For example, we just train Mazars here in Bucharest on the money laundering. We do fraud as well, and other aspects of that area, and compliance checks. And I will come back on to the compliance checks and why that can be very useful for people contacting the British Romanian Chamber from the UK, but also here in Romania, of course. It's a very pertinent area. So what can a consultancy business do for you? Well, if you're in the UK, Romania is one of the happiest countries to live. So I saw a recent report and I can only confirm that wholeheartedly, 100+% as well. And there's lots of other, not just British people, but others who are living here that I know won't live anywhere else as well. So the consultancy business, so for example, you have a UK company and it's mentioned about Brexit. And of course, if you want to do trade with anyone in the European Union, you have to have a base somewhere in the European Union. And why not Romania? As we mentioned, it's the happiest place, one of the happiest places in the world, but also the people are one of the happiest as well. You don't have to look behind your back. You know that the workforce here are very professional. Some of them can be very young, but very technological as well. So, and and I will quote someone that's in my previous employment told me they had a construction business. They would only employ Romanian people. Why? Because the work got done and also they got good results. It kept the employer happy and it kept the client happy. Plus the equipment came back in a better condition as well. So the consultancy business here, in partnership with one of the law firms here in Bucharest, where I do some consultancy work for, the basis is to ensure that when a UK company wants to come and have a base in Romania, we can assist them with the legal aspects, what to expect. And it's a bit like doing a briefing for law enforcement or something like this. You know, it's giving you the information, what you need to actually survive in the environment here in Romania. And of course, you know, we don't always just look at the UK, but we also look at UK related companies, shall we say, like from Malta or Cyprus and others, other areas of the Commonwealth. So we can do that for you. The law firm can do the legal points. I know Neil's got his own law firm, but I really don't want to tread on his toes there. But I'm sure in partnership, we can advise people, and already the British Romanian Chamber have been excellent in contacting and bringing forward webinars with, if memory serves, the Cornish Chamber of Commerce, the Welsh as well, and there's others. And as Anne-Marie said as well, you know, there's a lot of chambers of commerce within the UK as a whole. And of course, Romanian workers, even if they go into the UK, and I remember from the Cornish Chamber events that they were looking for certain types of workers, you know, to go there for different fields, you know, in the medical field, for example, in the hospitals, medical staff. And again, Romania also has a very good history of medical staff going abroad into other countries as well. So if there is anyone listening somewhere on Facebook or on WhatsApp from the UK, you know, please contact the British Romanian Chamber first. And you know, they have a list of consultants and other businesses that can help you. Hopefully, it can, you know, at some stage, we all have to share the work that comes in. But if I can help you, I would be glad to do so. But what I've mentioned earlier about compliance, it's one of my buzzwords at the moment, and I have a client from Croatia. My clients are Romanian and international. So we have Croatia, the Republic of Ireland, and Dubai, and others. So the compliance in the COVID period seemed to take a bit of a back burner a little bit, because they were putting more money into other areas of the business because costs had to go down. People were working from home, things had to be adapted there, you know, from people at home. They had to sign different clauses because who else lives in that house? If you go to the bathroom or to the kitchen and leave your laptop on, who else is going to look at the laptop? And of course, people with disabilities had to be looked after by the employers as well, because if they have a problem with the back, for example, they had to have special equipment put in. So compliance took a bit of a back burner, but it's now rearing its head again, and quite correctly. So any new employee that you decide to have on your list, and for example, this one from Croatia, I have access to the system there where we can check their educational qualifications. We can see if they're a politically exposed person, sanctions lists. And again, sanctions at the moment with what is happening, you know, with regards to Ukraine and Russia at the moment with various sanctions is even more important nowadays. It doesn't have to come direct from Russia or Ukraine now. It can go around to come here, you know, a bit like trade-based finance, really. So compliance, really, I can only press, is one of the big things consultancy companies like myself can do. We can check the employee, make sure they are who they say they are, and that you can't be 100% sure that they will dip their hand into the pot at some stage, but at least you have the recognition that these checks are being done. And of course, you have to do this on a semi-regular basis, like the financial institutions do. It's very important that just because you do it on, shall we say, day one of like today, for example, 6 months down the line, things could have changed with that particular person. And also, if you're doing, shall we say, confidential work as well, which I do as well, you have to make sure that you have the right systems, you know, to keep that data safe as well, because you have a duty to your clients and others, and yourself, of course, to do this. So consultancy business is very good. And with Bogdan, who's going to talk just a little bit, Bogdan Mihalescu, we work quite well with the Romanian embassy in my previous employment, with the previous police liaison officer there, who's now back in Romania. and they say thank goodness because it's not raining here, but it's also very good legislation, mutual understanding between the two countries in that particular field, which I am in. I come from a law enforcement background with New Scotland Yard, so I leave no stone unturned. I'm a nosy person. I try and network as much as possible, and also to contact various people myself to make sure that the connections are there. So it's all about connections. It's also about working with the Romanian embassy in London. They're a brilliant team there. As I say, I know one of their ex-colleagues there. And if you've got in the UK any problems, and economically, Bogdan is your man to go to there as well, but contact maybe Neil or one of his colleagues here, and I'm sure they will get the result there for you. It's also very important to make sure that when you come here to Romania to do the work as well, as I say, the legislation can be slightly different in a lot of ways, and it can be a little bit of a minefield. So just think about who you want to contact for that, and also to make sure that your business is looking forward all the time, and looking forward to Romania was one thing I would be looking forward to. Thank you, Neil.
Thank you very much, Michael. I can confirm with my lawyer's hat on that on compliance, and my particular party piece is the UK Bribery Act, now looking at going into the National Security Investment Act of last year. It'll be covered in the next edition of the BIS. It's not a one-off thing. You have to keep coming back and checking. Saying it once isn't enough. So
if I'd just like to add as well, if your business, whether it's in Romania, the UK, Germany, or whatever, if you're doing business with the US, for example, and you're using the US dollar, because the US dollar goes through the New York clearinghouse, of course, that could lead you to be liable, for any prosecution in the States as well. Correspondent banking is another thing, another area, quite linked. But also now, because of Brexit as well, the British pound, pound sterling as well is also the same sort of issues.
Yeah, and as I would say, as being the lawyer on the panel, not everything we do is charged. And I can give an example. I was contacted by a gentleman with a business in the UK, referred to us by the British Embassy, with questions upon law and upon tax. I dealt with the law. My friend Dan dealt with the tax. This gentleman is now happy with the advice he's received. And the next question I get to put to him is, why don't you join the chamber? So that's coming. Now, I can confirm what's been said by Michael. We are really pleased to have a very close relationship with the Romanian embassy in London. We've had events here at which Bogdan Mihailescu was a speaker in person. Bogdan, it's very good to see you this afternoon. You've heard some of the comments about the importance of what government can do. We've heard what you can do through the embassy. How can you add to that?
Hi, Neil. Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. And it's like always, it's a real pleasure. Recently I put a lot of effort in supporting BRCC and building up an operation in the UK, because I truly believe that increasing and developing the connections between the two countries and two businesses, it's the most important thing for growing the trade and the investments. Therefore, I'm a big supporter of this construction. And I also want to mention that recently Romania Desk has been launched, which is let's say a competence center, part of the Thames Valley Chamber of Commerce, which will be focused entirely on opportunities in Romania. So they will expose opportunities from Romania to their members and more general to the British companies. They will provide advice and they will work closely with BRCC, as I introduced Dan to them, and they agreed to collaborate. What is out before us answering to your question? I would like to emphasize what is our role here as a commercial office, part of the Romanian embassy. So we typically cover two very important things. The first one is to support Romanian companies in increasing their presence in the UK, either by investing or increasing the business with the UK partners. And on the other hand, to promote Romania as a destination for British investors. And I'm always asked, because the challenge we have all the time, particularly with the second subject about investing, is the information British companies has about Romania. And this is the biggest challenge we have to face, to expose the right image about Romania to British businesses, because it's a preconception, mainly because the press is not always so positive, and it's not relevant in the information they provide about Romania. And whenever we have the chance to speak about that and explain how Romania is, what are the opportunities, how the people are, how the business climate is, we always find that first of all, many of the people are surprised. Then they start understanding that Romania is really a nice place to be and a nice opportunity to invest. And some of the best, I always say that the best ambassadors we have for that are the business people from the UK who experience doing business in Romania, or the investors like you. You know, I always try to involve these people in the discussions, because it is always a positive outcome. If I would have to speak about what opportunities or what areas of interest are for Romania, particularly now considering the new geopolitical situation, but not only, I would make a few comments. First of all, Office of National Statistics recently published the last figures about the trade balance of Romania. And unfortunately, we have an increasing deficit of about 23 billion euros, which increased from last year. And the most, the sectors which record the biggest deficits are in areas like chemical industry, pharmaceutical, plastics, medical equipment, machine building like trucks, tractors, buses, light commercial vehicles, semiconductors, and strangely enough, agriculture and food industry. It's important because Romania is the first largest producer of cereals in the EU. It's the second largest producer of corn and the fourth largest producer of wheat. Not to mention that sixth largest producer of wine. So this actually represents huge opportunities for investors, because we are looking to build these industries to to increase the supply, the domestic supply in these areas, and therefore, and we have the resources. Why would we look for imports of food when we have so much food in the country? Instead of exporting raw materials and other very low value products, why not producing in Romania and covering these huge country needs? Therefore, I'm promoting right now these sectors like big opportunities for investors, because it's a big demand on internal market. So the domestic market requires these products, not to mention the EU itself. The second big opportunity particularly for UK companies is the renewable energy sector, particularly offshore wind energy, where the UK it's I would say one of the top players in the world. We need, and we have a strategy, the national strategy for energy, and we are looking to invest and looking for investors to increase our production of renewable energy. And we also look to have some offshore projects, but not only. We recently signed a memorandum of understanding to adopt the small modular reactors in nuclear technology, which is another big opportunity. So this is a big sector. It will be a lot of funding available from the government, from the EU funding. So I would advise British companies to look after this sector as well. The third thing I would recommend is regional distribution centers, particularly for EU area, because many UK businesses are big international traders. And Romania has an excellent location. It's at the crossroad of three big markets, which is EU, Middle East, and CIS. And if you look at Romania from the east, Romania represents the gateway to the EU from the east. It's 6 days closer by sea to China than the port of Amsterdam, so you can bring goods from Asia faster. And whenever I mention that, most of the people are not surprised by shocked. We can have renting industrial spaces or warehouses for as low as €2 per square meter, which is unbelievable. So these are assets we have. These are assets we have to promote, and this is the challenge we have. On the other hand, here to have the chance to expose all these opportunities. Last but not least, one of the most attractive sectors, which is a big contributor to Romania's GDP, it reached nearly 7%, is the IT&C, the IT sector, where we are doing very well. More than €6 billion exports for IT industry. And UK is the huge consumer of IT services, and it's a very vibrant ecosystem for IT companies, for startup companies, and I see a lot of potential of cooperation in this area between Romanian companies and UK companies, or VCs from UK looking for new opportunities for investments. So IT&C is, I would say, maybe the top sector with the most the highest opportunity for both countries. Not to mention that Bucharest will host the cybersecurity research center for EU, which will bring together a lot of expertise in this area, will bring a lot of companies, a lot of resources, a lot of investments. So this is something worth looking at. If I would come back to your question about what the government could do, it's not my particular expertise in the double taxation. However, what we can do, we can lobby that definitely to the government. We can send this message. We were not advised until now by companies that this would be a critical aspect in doing business with Romania. There are rather other things, and we try to address them. For instance, if you have a look at the doing business in the KPI, it's by the World Bank, ease of doing business. Romania, it's placed on the 55th place. And if you look in detail, why is there are very few things which really bring us so low in this ranking. The things related very much to bureaucracy and length of getting some work permits and construction permits and so on. So if we would address these things, and we are lobbying that, and we are analyzing all these aspects, we will be more attractive even if in these rankings. Reality, I would say it's much in our favor, because it's not like what you would expect. And I encourage investors to look at the industrial parks, where they have a lot of incentives. They have all the utilities there. Everything is moving fast. The local authorities are interested to support, and everything moves very fast. Not to mention state aid, which is significant. It's up to 60% of the value of an investment, either greenfield or brownfield. It's one of the highest in the EU, if not the highest. These are things which are really relevant, and we are promoting to investors. If we look the other way around, what would be the opportunities for Romanian companies? There are a lot of opportunities. If I look at the top UK imports, which are cars, 25 billion, mechanical power generators, about 40 billions, pharmaceutical products, 21 billion, vegetables and fruit, 10 billion, clothing, 17 billion, or furniture, nearly 6 billion. These are big opportunities because we have strong industries in Romania. We heard before from Nick about the clothing and his successful business with the UK. I can mention you that furniture producers in Romania are exporting hugely to the UK. And if fashion industry was nearly blocked during the lockdown, people stayed home and decided to renovate their houses. So the demand for furniture and sofas increased tremendously. And we faced so many requests from companies here to find producers in Romania, and the capacity of our country was reached. So we couldn't find anyone able to produce more. Just to give you an example. So yes, there are many opportunities for Romanians. They have to look a little bit beyond the domestic market. I know it's tough and it's out of their comfort zone, but they have to do that because UK, it's a big opportunity and a big market for consumers, for services, and even for investments. I can speak more, but I want to stop here, and I'm happy to get any questions.
Thank you, Brian. I think one thing I would just add to that, to people who are in the UK, I know we have 250 people watching us on Facebook. One reason why people like me as an expat here perhaps does not speak such good Romanian as we should is because our Romanians here speak excellent English. So it's very easy to communicate if you're coming into Romania, even if you don't speak Romanian. The other thing I just say, I think, Bogdan, now the Romanian community in the UK is the second largest after Poland.
Yes.
In terms of EU nationals in the UK.
Actually, I wanted to mention that you're right. We estimate about 1.2 million Romanians. So the community is big. It's the second largest after Polish community. And this represents another big business opportunity for Romanian companies because, you know, the demand for Romanian products, it's big for the community, really big.
I think I'd also mention, if you're in the UK, you're driving home, count the number of Romanian brand cars you see on the road. I won't mention the particular brand, I'm sure you know which one I'm referring to, but that is not the only brand of motor vehicles that's made in Romania. If you're in Wales, you'll know very well what I mean in Bridgend. So there are opportunities to come to Romania and do business, and to do business in the UK from Romania. And that's what the Chamber's here to facilitate, particularly with Bogdan and the embassy in London and through the British Chambers of Commerce that Anne-Marie was here. Now, if you are watching us on Facebook and have any questions, please write your questions there. They'll be monitored and will be passed to me. But can I ask now, we have an audience that's been very good with us this afternoon. And on the basis that the only daft question is the question you don't ask, who has the first question for our panel, please? That always brings silence to the room. So I'm going to ask the first question in that case. Is investing in Romania more risky now than it was before the 24th of February? And I'm going to go straight to Michael to comment on that one.
The answer, I would say no. actually. In fact, we had this discussion just a few days ago. Business is as usual. Just look at the Bucharest skyline. You see the cranes there with the construction as well. Is it riskier? Okay, if you go to the Ukraine, of course it would be risky as well. But having friends in Ukraine near Ivano-Frankovsk as well, who near to the airport, which got the cruise missile, they know about the business there. And in Western Ukraine, business is as usual as well. Yes, if you may do a call, you may hear the odd siren at all, but rarely Western Ukraine is not really that affected. It's more east of the Dnieper at Kiev. Nowadays. So in Romania, no, you wouldn't be risking your company to come here at all. In fact, it would be a plus. It's, shall we say, a jewel in the crown, to actually bring your business here. I think I heard someone mention just recently as well. It's a beautiful country. The people are educated. The people are excellent employees. And your company would not be at risk from them. Just comply with whatever regulations that come afoot anywhere in the world. And no, the war will finish at some particular stage. I hope, and I'm sure we all hope that as well. But no, it's not at risk. That's my personal view and my business view.
I would tend to agree. I was asked if I tended to go back to the UK because of the situation next door, and the answer is definitely not. Dan.
May I add something to that, please?
Please, Bogdan.
Well, I would say that it's worth looking from a different perspective as well. I totally agree with Michael that I would say it's not risky at all. You have to consider Romania. It's a NATO country, it's a EU country, and it's very safe. But even more than that, it's the most energy independent state in the EU, according to the 2020 data. For instance, I saw a report showing that Romania was 28% energy dependent, the degree of energy dependence, meaning oil, gas, and coal, compared to EU average of 57%. Imagine that Italy, for instance, is 73%, or Germany 64% dependent on imports of energy. And countries like, no offense, Malta or Cyprus, entirely are dependent on energy imports. Therefore, from this perspective, I would say Romania it's even more a safe country. And if we consider the gas deposits we have, and if we will wisely exploit them, would make Romania a totally independent energy country in few years, not a couple of years, by 26, 27. So this is something which worth considered as well. When looking at Romania.
Can I add something, Neil, as well? And I think probably Romania's response to the humanitarian crisis has been extraordinary, second to none. And in terms of its profile and image around the world, it's extraordinary, the positivity that it has created, because it's of the direct response, but also the support it's given some of its neighboring countries as well. And the other thing I wanted to add was that we've actually heard of inquiries, particularly in the sort of defense and security sectors, of interest in both investment and supply to the sort of frontier states. So there, as we all said, it's almost wrong to say it, but there's always opportunity in difficult times. So I think it's still a country and will continue to be a country of great interest.
Perhaps I can also add to that, in the knowledge my daughter has a geography exam next week. And I have heard this story from a number of sources of people who've come to the wrong city. Now, the capital of Romania is Bucharest, not Budapest.
Even Michael Jackson mistook it.
Indeed, so even Michael Jackson, apparently, I can think of others as well who've come to the wrong city. Now, people may have seen in the UK the news about the elections recently next door in Budapest. I think I would say, from my point of view, this is only an advantage for Romania. If there is tension between the government in Hungary and the European Union, my impression is that the Romanian government is both stable and has a very good relationship with the EU. And what doesn't go to Hungary may come here in terms of investment. Are there any thoughts upon that?
Yes, Neil, you are right. I think Romania is in a better position now than it was before even the pandemic, because the damages here are not as big as in other countries. Apart from that, economically speaking, if you look at the macroeconomic figures, they are really good. The Romanian inflation, for instance, is big, but it is not as big as the US, for instance. Which means for the business community a very good news. Coming back to people, as you said, Michael, yes, they are educated, but the most important thing is that they are very friendly to foreigners. So the Romanian hospitality is famous. So you cannot see in Romania bad things or hear about bad things in international disputes or things like that. Politically, Romania is much closer to the European Union, and my opinion is that it is much democratic than other EU member states, which means, again, a plus. And businesses from all over the world are welcome here at any time. We have people, and last but not least, we have resources, natural resources. We can become independent in terms of energy very quickly because we have oil, we have natural gas. What we need is just to organize the business and the activity. And it's much easier to organize when you have what to organize. But if you don't have, you will lose. You will be a loser. Romania, I think, will be a winner of the crisis in Ukraine and a winner of the pandemic crisis, of the COVID crisis.
I'll just add one thing, Neil, please. Just going back to the 24th of February as well, and the other advantage could be that if with the Port of Constanza could get very big contracts as well, and just recently with the railroad there as well, they had to clear loads of container wagons that have been there since, I don't know, long time, shall we say. And of course, with the rail network at the moment going to Western Ukraine, and I'll have to differentiate that just geographically so we know where we are. The railroad is going to be planned, so I understand, to have a better connection with Western Ukraine so they can get the containers down to the port there, because if they lose the ports at Odessa, Mariupol, etc., then it's going to be nigh impossible to do it via sea as well. So that is an advantage as well.
Constanța could become a very important port and the city in this part of Europe. But okay, I'm optimistic. But at the same time, I have to be a little bit worried because we still have problems. Bureaucracy is one of them, and unfortunately, corruption. If we are able to deal with these two bad things, I think Romania will have the whole future in front of it.
I think it's worth mentioning in that there is no country in the world without some level of corruption.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Including the UK and Romania. And my impression is that things are becoming a lot more serious here in cracking down on corruption. And the lady who runs the European Public Prosecutor's Office is in fact the former head of the National Anti-Corruption Directorate here. That is a voluntary thing for EU countries to take part in. Romania takes part, some of our EU neighbors do not. And so that gives me the feeling that Romania is a much more serious place about doing things properly. Red tape, yes, there is that. And the fact that things are going online makes it much easier to do business and formalities. I'm sure you can hear a lot of that from EY. Cosmin, have you any thoughts upon how to comply online with things here in Romania?
Yes, actually, I wanted to add some of our thoughts regarding your question. we are now analyzing the situation where a significant number of companies announced their exit from the Russian market, some of them being of UK origin, them being irreversible, it seems. And I believe that Romania could be on their shortlist for relocation or extension of current Romanian facilities for companies that are already present on the Romanian market. However, what we've seen until now is that this process will not be simple given the potential Russian restrictions and sanctions upon export that will for sure be applied. The situation in Ukraine for sure created a crisis which was amplified also by the pandemic. Generally speaking, any investment during a crisis period has its own risks. But as the other panelists said, Romania provides opportunities for not only for UK companies, but for other companies across a broad range of industries. If we look at the past 10 years from our experience as global trade advisors, we have seen businesses from the steel industries, automotive, shipyards, textile processing, e-commerce growing year by year. Also, the Romanian transport infrastructure is underdeveloped, as we all know, and of course needs investment and modernization. So this showed us that Romania has not only potential, but can play a key role in the international supply chain in these sectors. Also, it has already been mentioned that the highly skilled workforce and the widespread understanding of foreign languages, especially English, is a big advantage for Romania.
Thank you. Nicholas, have you any thoughts to add to that as someone who is doing business here on the practicalities?
Yep. I think as we have said, Romanian is very well equipped, and I would say, as everybody said, that all these years Romania became very strong in industry. So I would think things like anything to do with industry, IT, sustainability, alternative energy. This area that Romania can really help, and I think the environment there, the local skills, the banking system, the infrastructure of doing business, the place of working is so strong that companies can find a very favorable environment to do business, and especially with UK. But I would say that the strong industry of Romania, which, because it's a young industry, okay, it had heritage, but it's young industry, it's very well equipped, very modernized. Factories or plants there have nothing to fear from factories anywhere in the world. They're very well equipped, so this can give a competitive edge to Romania. And as been said, logistics of Romania are so important. I mean, Romania was always well placed. For business, you are a couple of days of tracking into UK and to Europe. You've got countries around you. You can use a lot of means of transport. You have a very strong port, Constanța, with good links, and especially now that logistics are probably the biggest nightmare internationally after COVID and the war, is so important to have a reliable port. I do think that these will equip the supply with a strong supply chain into Romania and out of Romania. It will continue to be a strong place to invest. I remember and I will finish. I remember about 20 years ago when I was talking to a BRCC event, I was saying that everybody's investing in Romania, partly because of low costs. But I have repeated everything else that I'm saying now: skills, you know, very well-equipped industry, a lot of investment in the industry, etc. Now, 20 years after, these things, the skills, the infrastructure, etc., are helping Romania to be competitive. And I think that if and Bogdan can convey this message also, if we work a little bit on the road infrastructure, you know, for an industrial country, I think the road system in and out of the country can improve. If we can work into that infrastructure, I think Romania will be a key in industrial high-tech environment to work for the years to come.
Thank you. Have you any other questions from the floor at this point? Well, perhaps I can make one observation. Please, if you don't know Romania, don't get the impression that we're saying that everything here is absolutely wonderful. It isn't. If you're coming to do business here or to invest in here, there are problems that you will need to identify and deal with. Talk to appropriate consultants. You've heard that mentioned here. If it's problems with government, I can't give a better person to talk to than Bogdan. If it's problems that you encounter as a business, very likely other members of this chamber have already encountered them and found a way. And this is about members helping members with experience and ideas and advice. There is no such place where the streets are paved with gold. This isn't one of those. You can do good business here, you can do profitable business here and make money here, but it is not somewhere to come into with your eyes closed. So yes, there are solutions, but be careful. Do it right and the rewards will be good. Anyone, any thoughts on that? Can you give some examples?
Two examples. We, as a consulting company, got 2 requests this week from companies leaving Ukraine and who want to relocate their businesses to Romania. And we started working with them because they need information about, because they don't know too much about Romania. They need information about the business environment, about legislation, about incentives given to refugees, about the way Romania sees the conflict in Ukraine. And we are working with them now. Probably they will bring their businesses into here, which means country looks good to them. Probably in the next months we'll see many other cases because the war in Ukraine is not done yet. There is war, and there will be a lot of consequences. Their economy is almost bankrupt. So 4 million Ukrainians left the country. This is a huge number of people. It will be difficult to rebuild the country, to do business there. And this is why international companies having subsidiaries in Ukraine will look for other opportunities in the neighboring countries. And Romania is one of them. So for us as consultants, this means good news. For Romania, at the same time, this means good news. People are interested in coming here. The more they come, the better will be for this country.
I certainly can concur that as well. And from Cosmin at EY, one of the things I understand they've done as well is that from EY colleagues in Ukraine, they've actually brought some of the colleagues over to Bucharest and actually to house them, for want of a better word, and also so they can finish off and complete their work. But also, we're from the point of Russia as well, just throwing that in, we're probably not popular mentioning that name, but the fact is that there's a lot of Western companies there as well. Even American company I'm thinking of straight away now, they had to relocate the staff to other offices of the same firm as well. So there's a lot of people on all corners being affected at the moment as well. And we just hope that, you know, these businesses from Ukraine and maybe Russia and other countries as well that are affected by this war can actually come here and use Romania as a hub, because Romania, again, is a central place in Central Eastern Europe. Azerbaijan, I understand, is the furthest point one can go in Eastern Europe. So it's ideally placed for a lot of these companies still to come, you know, do their business. But of course, going back to compliance with all of the sanctions and things, and also the watch lists that are now out, you know, on certain companies and persons as well, then again, you know, they will like to come here to have their business, to keep away from those sort of people.
It is, to me, interesting that almost just overnight, the southeastern part of Europe became very important for the continent, for the democracy in Europe. And it is obvious that this part of the continent needs investment, needs support, and probably we will get it. If there is support, there is room for business. Any business willing to come here will find a lot of opportunities. Infrastructure, IT, just two of them. The Constanța port, which is really a strategic place in Europe now, will become more important. So, Neil, just a single word, or maybe two. Come here.
Absolutely, and again, we can't have.
I would like to add few words. One information, I attended last week an event organized by International Business and Diplomatic Exchange, which is a non-profit organization in the UK, gathering people from the embassies, high seniors from business, and it was a discussion related to the situation in Ukraine. And the general opinion coming from high senior people from the government, from the UK government, as well as from geopolitical analysts, is that the situation in Ukraine, it will not be solved very soon. So it will last longer than we expect. Therefore, businesses should probably look carefully about that and consider, as you mentioned before, different options. On one hand. On the other hand, it's another interesting perspective. Many Ukrainians, as you mentioned, left the country. Nearly 1 million of them entered Romania. Some of them obviously left. But what we see is that more and more of them are looking to settle in Romania, to find jobs here. So from a labor market perspective, this becomes very attractive because Ukrainians are highly skilled as well. They are highly skilled in IT, very good programmers, but not only. And this opens up new opportunities in Romania, because we all know that there was a shortage of labor force, particularly highly skilled labor force, all over EU. So yes, even from this perspective, could be interesting to look at Romania as an investment opportunity, as you can find highly skilled workforce coming from Ukraine right now.
Thank you, Bogdan.
I would just make one example if I mentioned about the issues that might not be obvious. If you're coming here from the UK and you want to buy a house to live, prior to Brexit, you could have done so because you were an EU citizen. But Romania has a rule that says that only Romanian citizens may own land in Romania. And that, by extension, EU citizens, no longer applies to us since Brexit. If you lend money to a Romanian friend to buy it in their name, sorry, trusts like that are not recognized in Romanian law. So this is the point I would say why it's important to be careful. There are ways around all these problems, but be careful and allow time to solve them properly. Can I ask each of our speakers for some final thoughts on what's been said? I'm going to go first to Dan, as you're closest to me on the stage here.
My final thought about what?
What you've heard in this discussion to close matters off.
I think the discussion was very interesting and useful for the audience, because we tried to exchange information, to speak up and to let other people know what we think, and this may be useful, especially for a business community like the British Romanian community, not only in Romania but in the UK as well. Apart from that, it was a really international discussion. We had people from the UK in the panel, people from Romania, so we could see both perspectives over the current situation and the current moment. So my thoughts are very positive, and talking to the BRCC and talking to potential new members, I think it is my advice is to strengthen all the ties we have with the chamber and to look for other people, other members that may be interested in joining the British Romanian Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you very much indeed. Going on to our screen, Nicholas, any final thoughts or comments, please?
Yeah. Romania continues to be a good place to invest. Romania continues to be a two-way relationship with Britain. One based on the strong industry and infrastructure here, and IT can export, can manufacture and export to UK, but also the Romanian market is an attractive market for UK. It's still a developing market, and there be good opportunities here. And as I have said, and as everybody said, there are good chances to be successful. It's very good to have good partners. BRCC infrastructure, their members and the directors will be there to support. BCC with Anne-Marie would be delighted to help anybody. The two embassies are extremely supportive, with the Romanian embassy in UK, being extremely supportive. And the British embassy here. So this is, I think, the elements that can turn a successful story and a profitable business. I will say that in the times that we live, post-COVID, the war in next door, but also challenges like logistics make the strong infrastructure of Romania and their strategical geographical place within Europe a very interesting place indeed.
Thank you very much, Nicholas. Can I go now, please, to Cosmin?
Yes, in my opinion, the conference covered a wide range of subjects very important for businesses to take account for. We've seen the Romanian potential and the opportunities that it provides, as well as the facts that currently still need improvement. From my opinion, the most important thing from Romania right now is to take advantage of its geopolitical position and the fact that we are a NATO member, a member of the EU, and try to be there in the international supply chain so that businesses can rely on.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
I'm going to go now.
Neil, if you excuse me, if I can add something that I think we all forgot, the fact that COVID brought us working from home and working remotely is again another opportunity of people in UK and vice versa in Romania working using skills in Romania and resources in Romania to support them in UK. I think working from home and working remotely is bringing another element into that relationship.
Completely agree. On a personal level, I have clients in the UK and clients around the world who I serve from Romania. So completely right. I'm going to go now to Bogdan.
Well, I think it was an excellent discussion and really good information. I have a tip for investors to look beyond the first information in the press about Romania, and they will have many pleasant surprises. So investors, take the time to discover Romania, and then you will have serious options for investment here. Equally for Romanian companies, I would say that the UK market is extraordinarily large and offers so many opportunities. The first opportunity is the Romanian community, as I mentioned before, but things go much further. So look at the UK market, go out of the comfort zone of just looking at the Romania and the neighbor countries, and you'll be really successful. And my last thought, trying to accumulate some of the information provided here, I would see Romania as a regional hub for EU for all the reasons which are mentioned before, the port of Constanța, the logistics, the costs and everything. And I challenge the British companies to look after this opportunity, because really Romania is a good place to start thinking about that. Thank you.
So there's a challenge for you British companies. See what you can do here. I'm going to go to Michael, and I'm going to give Anne-Marie the last word. Michael.
Thank you, Neil. Just the last thoughts. Really, if there is more investment by other companies from the UK, just for one, but also from other countries, hopefully there will be more jobs here for Romanian citizens, and they won't have to go abroad. But also, when you look, Bogdan knows from the embassy there as well, how we used to do human trafficking operations and things like this as well. So if these poor people, in some village there, they won't be attracted so much, to that, shall we say, the lover boy situation there, and go and be human trafficked. They could have a job, and we know that the investment now in the major cities, Bucharest for one, Brasov, Iași, and just to name a few, in Suceava coming up high as well. If these jobs they have little hubs there for these big businesses with links to Bucharest, then hopefully there'll be more opportunities for these people to avoid being trafficked. That's just my hope for the day.
Thank you. Anne-Marie, you have a foot in both countries, and we are a bilateral chamber. So I can't give any better person to ask for the final thoughts on this than you.
Yes, somehow all roads lead me back to Romania, which is great. I think in reality, the stars have aligned for Romania. It's a really good opportunity now to leverage that. It's come a long way since the beginnings of, my involvement with the chamber. So I think it's definitely an opportune time. And I also would say that this applies equally to UK exporters as well as Romanian exporters. We know from our data that firms that export are more innovative, likely to seek growth opportunities, and are more resilient. And that came through very strongly through the pandemic. So there's a good case. Also, crucially for their national economies, they do bring money back into those coffers. And that's crucially, it really is very important, particularly now. And my final thought is really that it is businesses that generate prosperity, create jobs, and support their community. So there's never been a more relevant, important time to get on the train, keep going, carry on, grow, but also join your local British Chamber, because they are at the heart of those business communities, and they can work with so many incredible partners and stakeholders to help you realize your objectives. So go for it. If you're not a member, join today.
There you are. You didn't hear it from me. Thank you very much indeed, Anne-Marie. That brings us to the end of this afternoon's proceedings. I'd like to thank a number of people. Firstly, our sponsors, starting off with Cluster Power. Thank you very much for your support for this event. Secondly, Inact Consulting. Thank you very much indeed. And thirdly, NER Law Firm. Thank you also very much indeed. I'd like to thank all of you, both in the room and joining us online, for your participation today. I think it's been a very good discussion we've had here, not only in the hall, but also in the breakout sessions. Thank you to my colleague, Colin Lovering, our chair, for his excellent facilitation of this morning's discussions. But in particular, thank you to the staff of the chamber, and in particular to Anna for all your hard work in putting this together. Thank you very much indeed. This is not the end of the chamber's activities. If you want more, and if you're Inclusion Apoca, we will have an event, Inclusion Apoca, a business mixer, next week, and details of that are on the chamber's website. So please, if you've made people today, well done. Make connections, use social media, get in touch with people, because the chamber is a community of people. And if we don't know the answer, we know someone who does. So please, I wish you all the very best of success. The world needs you to be successful and to generate prosperity, because without that prosperity and strength, you can't support those who have not the same advantages that we have. Thank you all very much indeed, and good afternoon.
1975 when Romania was a communist country with a